Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better day. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can mine, can mine. How can mine your energy? That's right. How can mine say? Only you can make the change. How can mine share your energy? How can mine shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah, and you'll find your way out. Oh, it won't seem way out. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Oh my God. The powerful Iranian strikes have shattered Dubai's image as a luxurious safe haven of glittering hotels and high-end resorts. So too have the thick plumes of smoke that choke the skies above the Qatari capital Doha, known for its opulence and calm. The Kingdom of Bahrain also wasn't spared. Neither was Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, or Oman, where tankers were struck just off its shores in the Strait of Hormuz, a vital global shipping route where 1/5 of the world's oil passes through. In all, dozens of people have been injured and at least 4 killed in the Iranian attacks on the Gulf that have largely grounded flights and shut down commerce in the region. Tehran's decision to fire volleys of missiles and drones at the group of countries that make up the Gulf has only upped the ante. Most countries here host large U.S. military bases, housing tens of thousands of American service members, including the headquarters of the Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, which was struck on Saturday. Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has threatened his country's armed forces will, quote, crush the U.S. bases with force. And while most Iranian drones and missiles have been intercepted and no Gulf nation has fired back, the question now is, for how long? Fears of a sustained conflict expanding beyond Iran's borders have only grown following the killing of the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In Pakistan, pro-regime demonstrators attempted to storm the U.S. consulate in Karachi. At least 20 people were killed. Protests have also erupted in Iraq, where hundreds were pushed away from the Green Zone in Baghdad with water cannons just a short distance from the American embassy.
That is crazy. So you're in war, guys. I'm not sure if we were really in war, but it like attacking people. So let's hear. I mean, I don't understand what Dubai, like, so Iran attacked Dubai. I don't understand why that is, but let's hear what happens, what Nick Fuentes has to say about this entire situation, because it's interesting. Let's go.
Think it is in the interest of the United States of America to pursue another regime change war in the Middle East? How does that go for us? We just got out of Afghanistan. And what I mean by this is that Iran is not our enemy. Does anybody seriously think it is in the interest of the United States of America to pursue another regime change war in the Middle East? How does that go for us? We just got out of Afghanistan. We just got out of Syria. We are aiming to get out of Iraq. This has just happened in recent years. What's the record there? Afghanistan belongs to the Taliban. Syria belongs to Al-Qaeda. Iraq doesn't even want us there. It's a fragmented country completely. Libya is a failed state. They still don't have a government. So what's the record of regime change? Failure. We're like 0-4 on regime change. And not only that, it costs a ton of money. Americans die. And You know, this stuff is also fungible, meaning everything that we use and lose in the Middle East, we can't use in the Indo-Pacific. We can't use in the Caribbean. So the United States does have fights that are in our interest. And those fights will be for the first island chain. Those fights will be for the Caribbean and Latin America. But everything that we use and then lose, all the money, all the equipment, the lives, the morale, all of that that is buried in the Middle East with nothing to show for it, that is all opportunity cost that we're not going to be able to use in a future conflict that might actually benefit us. So this is an extraordinary liability. Who possibly would think that this is making America great again, or putting America first, or part of any kind of golden age? It isn't. What we were promised is rebuilding America, rebuilding American infrastructure, regime change in Washington. It doesn't matter who runs the Middle East. It doesn't matter who's in charge of Iran. It matters who's in charge of the federal bureaucracy and the permanent state. Isn't that the entire conceit of MAGA? Is to take the entrenched elites out of the powerful positions and replace them with representatives of the people? And so who would think that in Trump's second term, after his third run, after getting shot in the head, indicted, all these things, he's taking us to war in Iran to die, to spend money, lose equipment for the Iranians' right to freedom, for the Iranians' quality of life. And we all know the answer to this question. It's not rhetorical. Do you want to know who thinks this is a good idea? Do you want to know who this is a golden age for? For Israel, for the... That is who has pushed us into this war. As a matter of fact, that's why we have the Trump administration. Why do you think Miriam Ellison gave Trump $100 million in this cycle? Why do you think she gave him $100 million in the first place in 2016?
We all know why these people give so much money to this administration, because they want something back, obviously. They just buy power for themselves, and we can see this happening now. Like, we're going to start a war with Iran? Like, are you kidding me? How is this America first? This has nothing to do with America first. This is Israel first. Like, why should we fight any war on behalf of another country? And by the way, this also shows you who is really in power, because it's not the people of this country, because we didn't vote for this. And it's also not Donald Trump's team, by the way. Mr. I'm going to stop all these foreign wars. Dude, you almost started World War III today. Do you know who's really in power? The biggest donors, because they probably want us to fight the war for their country, and we shouldn't do this. This is stupid.
They have been paying the Republican Party this entire time to sabotage our relations with Iran, to rip up the original nuclear deal, to kill Qasem Soleimani, to bomb Iran's proxies, and ultimately, in the long term, to bring us to war. That is Iran's enemy. And understand what is happening here. When Iran's regime is toppled, Israel becomes the regional hegemon of the Middle East. Do you know what a valuable gift that is? Think about all the oil, all the natural gas. Think about all the money in the Middle East, all the money from their sale of oil. Think about all the trade routes. Think about all the sea routes going through the Red Sea, going through the Persian Gulf. Think about all of the trade that happens in the Indian Ocean and the Eastern Mediterranean. Think about all of the rail, the highways. Think about all the other utilities that run through the Middle East that are going to connect in the future Asia, Europe, and Africa. Israel is being handed that region on a silver platter. They will be, speaking softly, carrying the big stick in the Middle East, running the show over there. So who does this benefit? Not us. That's not our golden age. That's a golden age for them. Our equipment, our lives, our money, it's our ass for their golden age to defeat their enemies so that they can expand their territory. They can control more seas, more oceans, more land.
So people are asking me, why am I listening to Nick Fuentes? I thought that he was MAGA. Why are you listening to this whiny bitch? I thought he was MAGA. The Groypers, I thought they were all MAGA. Fought in the Middle East for 10 years. It's getting old. Thank you for your service. So I know it's like they keep sending people out there. I'm never going to send them back out there for what? I mean, Nick Fuentes is finally making sense now, and everybody wants to be like, why are you talking? Why are you going down? Whoa.
More trade routes. And it literally doesn't get more simple than that. This has been their mission since October 7th and even before that. They said after October 7th, we're going to change the status quo in the Middle East that has prevailed for the last 50 years. What did you think they were talking about? They were talking about land for peace. They were talking about Camp David. They were talking about the Islamic Revolution in 79. They were talking about Hezbollah in Lebanon. That is what they were referring to specifically. And all these wars that have been fought, they said it's coming to an end. We are.
Man, isn't this like a whole 360? So I guess Nick Fuentes does not have any real true allegiance, right? MAGA or otherwise, he goes where the wind blows, because at one point he was pushing for all this, and now that it's going down, he's like, no, whoop, and blah, I'm not down for it. Let's go.
Going to inaugurate our golden age. They said Trump is our Messiah. He's our Cyrus the Great. Trump is our pagan Goy leader who will defeat the Persians and deliver a Jewish golden age. That's literally who it's for. And that's why Jewish billionaires paid for it. That's why the Jewish media stood down and acquiesced to Trump's return to power. And that is why you have the Republicans in Congress saying what they're saying. Look at Mark Levin on Fox News. Mark Levin is on Fox News telling everybody, you don't love America if you don't want Americans to die for Israel in the Middle East. It benefits them. And I told you this was going to happen. I said this in 2024. I said a vote for Trump is a vote for a war with Iran. And think of how they tricked you. This is part.
But didn't he promote Trump at some point? 1 minute he's talking against Trump, the next minute he's talking for Trump. I'm confused, Nick Fuentes. How do you go from for to against? And then I predicted it. Look, which one is it?
Part of it. These Zionists, they LARP as right wing. That's what that is. Stephen Miller is a LARPer. They're all LARPers. Mark Levin is a LARPer. They drape themselves in the American flag. They drape themselves in the Constitution.
What's a LARPer, guys? What's a LARPer?
They hide behind President Trump because they know he's popular. And they do all of this so that they can wrap their arm around your shoulder and say, hey, we need to go to war with Iran. We are in business together. We're going to make a deal. Trump is our president. This is what they do. They tricked you. They told you in 24, the woke up after October 7th, and we realized that.
Is it just me that what's all this speech though? Wasn't he on Trump's side now? All of a sudden, what is going on here, Nick Fuentes? What are we doing?
DEI isn't good. We realize censorship and the left are out of control, and that's why we now support Trump. And you fell for that. Bill Ackman wrote a letter to Harvard.
He fell for it too. He had that MAGA hat on just like everybody else. What is he talking about? Pointing the finger.
The Jewish Zionist billionaire, and said, I've seen the light. I've had an epiphany. The left has gone too far. He's a lifelong liberal Democrat. He saw the light after October 7th, but people said, oh, he's a Republican now. No, he saw the Republican Party as a vehicle to deliver Israel's agenda. Same thing with the frat bro uprising. Remember when everybody was protesting Israel on the campuses? And then this was rebranded as the frat bro uprising. A bunch of students went out to beat the shit out of Americans that protested Israel. And people said, those are the based frat bros rising up for America and stuff, for bacon and for for vaporwave. It's cool frat bros doing it for the 80s and aesthetics and whatever. And you fell for it. And that's what the Trump campaign was about. Mass deportation.
Bro, I don't know what he's talking about. He was one of the biggest Trump pushers. So now he gets it, like, changed his mind, and now he's against Trump, and everybody's supposed to like, oh, okay, let's change with him, and let's pretend like he didn't say all the stuff he's been saying about this and that, whatever.
Golden age, all these promises. And what does it deliver? A war for Israel in Iran, right on schedule.
Oh, guys, believe me, this is going to be the end of the Trump administration. At least I hope so. Donald Trump just betrayed our own country and our own people. Seriously, dude, you're going to start a war with Iran now? You're going to fight a war on behalf of another country again? Did we not learn anything from like the past, from all the wars in the past? How is this America first? And do you know what, dude? I wish you would solve some problems in our own country instead of creating new problems in another country. Do you know how much money, time, money, and resources this will cost? Excuse me, I said money twice, but because probably this will cost so much money. This is ridiculous. Why should we do this? I cannot give you one argument why we should start a war with Iran. Iran is not our enemy. We are the—
I'm not sure if this guy is from Germany. This is something else that like really it is perplexing to me. Hold on. Let me just take this down here. Hold on. Take this down. The guy that's talking right here is like a white guy, but he clearly has an accent. He's saying R. So maybe he's in America, but he has an accent. He would probably get picked up by ICE. Like, not the this guy is speaking with a German or whatever accent, and he would get picked up by ICE, bro. I'm confused about everything that's going on here. Let's go.
The enemy of Iran because we are the biggest sponsor of their enemy, Israel. We give so much money and resources now already to Israel, and this is why Iran hates us. If we didn't do that, Iran would not even hate us, had a problem with us. Do you understand? What are we doing, guys? This is complete nonsense. We should not start any new wars. We should focus on our own country and let them figure it out themselves, right?
A year and a half ago, people said, I just can't even imagine Trump bringing us to war in Iran. For regime change, that's insane. It's unimaginable. And now it's inevitable. Now it's unthinkable that we're not going to war. And that is because of the coercive influence of organized—
Why wouldn't he get picked by
inside
ICE?
of our country, inside of our State Department, our National Security Council, our
Wait,
Pentagon.
he's talking bad about President Trump, and he is a immigrant. Maybe is it like, wouldn't that be a thing that ICE would come against and say, hold on, you can't be up on these things? And he has an American flag behind him, but he has a German accent or Austrian. Wouldn't that be a thing? Like, I don't know. Interesting. Let's go.
On inside of our media, inside of the GOP, inside of our billionaire class. They are pushing us into a war. This is the problem. They have to lose their power. Somebody must be elected president running against this. In 2028, you cannot vote for J.D. Vance, J.D. Vance is gung-ho about this. He goes and makes a statement to the media yesterday and says, Iran can't have nuclear weapons, and we think that they're making them. He said when he was selected to be the vice president, he says, we got to punch Iran really hard. He went to the Quincy Institute and said, we got to let Israel take the gloves off and fight Iran. You think we can vote for this guy in 28? No, this is the problem. You need someone to run in 28 that is explicitly committed to disempowering these people. Someone needs to run in 28 and say, what the hell happened?
I agree with the God 93A. I don't fool with Nick. He is making a lot of sense, but I'm just trying to figure out where was this change of heart at though, all of a sudden. He was one of the main ones talking ish. He just once Bad Bunny, like that NFL, the Super Bowl, he just changed his whole outlook on things. It's interesting.
We were promised a golden age and no new wars and peace, and somehow we got a regime change war in Iran. I don't care how it happens. I don't care how successful it is. We are tired of being a puppet of a much smaller country. We need a president who's going to root that out.
He's an idiot leftist loser. So this is Nick Fuentes. I thought that he was down for Trump. Like y'all are confusing me. I thought he was down for Trump. Now all of a sudden he's speaking out again. Now he's leftist. But when he was talking about this, he was on the right.
Explicitly, that's what Trump was supposed to be. And he flipped. So that's the situation with Iran. I want to move on because it gets better. The same day as the situation in Iran is unfolding, we get the news that finally, in the drama over who will acquire Warner Brothers, the major media conglomerate, we have learned that in the end, the long shot bid placed by David Ellison's media company, Skydance Paramount, has now been accepted. And the Larry Ellison family will now acquire, in addition to TikTok, Skydance, Paramount, they will now also have Warner Brothers, that other media conglomerate. And they will form a super media conglomerate under the influence of two pro-Israel Zionists. And this is a story, this is from the Wall Street Journal. It says, quote, Paramount Skydance emerged victorious in the bidding war for Warner Brothers after Netflix said it wouldn't match the David Ellison-led company's latest offer for the iconic Hollywood property. Netflix pulled the plug on its deal soon after the Warner board of directors said it determined Paramount's $31 per share offer for the entire company was superior to Netflix's bid for Warner's movie and television studios and HBO Max streaming service. Pending regulatory approval, Paramount will own not only Warner Brothers and HBO, but also popular cable networks, including CNN, TNT, TBS, and Food Network. The development marks a stunning come from behind win for Paramount. Win again. A major upset. The have won again. Whoa, and no one could predict this. That's why we play the game, right? It's a stunning. I'm shocked. You mean to tell me Larry Ellison got his way? Stunned, shocked, amazing.
Yeah, like you could not make this up, right? But wait, it was David Ellison, right? The son of Larry Ellison. I mean, like, it doesn't even matter because it's the same family, but still. Do you want to know something funny, by the way? Do you know that Larry Ellison is one of the best friends of Bibi Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel? Like, what a surprise, right? Do you know that Larry Ellison gives a lot of money to the IDF, the army of Israel? Like, do people know this? And they own now, like, CNN. Can you see already what is going on? Like,
man, why is Israel buying up all the corporations in America? What's going on? What's happening? I heard they put like $1 billion into Google. I heard they like bought up TikTok. What's going on? This is crazy.
How CNN will become like one big propaganda machine now. Like this is insane, right? This is insane. And believe me, this is very important, guys, because not many people they are aware of this. Because next time when you watch CNN, I don't understand that you still have people left who watch CNN, but let's say there are some people who watch CNN still, then they are not aware of the fact that like maybe the guy who owns CNN, they want to like change your opinion, maybe wants to manipulate you a little bit. I'm not saying this is true, but this could be the case, right? And for this reason, I don't trust any mainstream media anymore. But this is just another example. Like the biggest sponsor or a good friend of Bibi Netanyahu, one of the biggest sponsor of the IDF, owns now, or his son owns CNN, a very big news channel in our country. Like, you could not make this up, right? But this is reality, guys. Wake up. This is reality. It's actually crazy if you think about this.
It's how many American companies own major companies in other countries? I mean, we have our military in those countries, but like, how many of our corporate leaders own major corporations in all these different countries? It's interesting. Let's go. Someone do the research. I'm into that while I play this.
It's a stunning come from behind victory for Paramount and the Ellison family, whose overtures had previously been rebuffed at every turn by Warner Brothers. After multiple unsolicited bids from Paramount last year, Warner opened a sale process that ended with Netflix as the winning suitor. When Ellison Skydance Media acquired control of Paramount last August, going after Warner became his top priority. Paramount was seen as too small to compete against Disney, Netflix, and Amazon. At that time, Netflix was facing an uphill battle with the Justice Department, which was reviewing the deal.
Wow.
So for those that don't know, Larry Ellison is a billionaire, one of the richest men in the world. I don't know where he stands currently, but he's one of the top 10 richest men in the world. He's got a couple $100 billion net worth. It comes from his software company, tech company, Oracle, which he owns and which he is the chairman and CEO of the company. And he is also a close personal friend of Benjamin Netanyahu. Very close friends. So close that Netanyahu brought his family to Ellison's private island to vacation. And Netanyahu called up Larry Ellison to get him out of a political jam in Israel. Go figure, the prime minister of Israel is under investigation by his own government. Who does he call to bail him out? An American billionaire, Larry Ellison. And said, hey, Netanyahu said, I need the lawyer that Arnon Milchan is hiring. Can you talk him out of letting that lawyer go so I can hire him? And Larry Ellison said, say no more, and made it happen. This is the relationship. Larry Ellison has given millions of dollars to the IDF. He even offered Netanyahu a spot on Oracle's board. So an American software giant that owns all your data, Netanyahu would be on the board of that company. At least Netanyahu turned it down. So it was offered to him. That's Larry Ellison. Last year, his son, David, who has his own media company called Skydance, they started a quest to create one of the biggest media conglomerates in the world. So Larry's son, David, has this Skydance company. He acquired Paramount, and that purchase was underwritten by his father, Larry. So they formed this conglomerate, Skydance Paramount. And with that, they got CBS, CBS News, the Paramount Studio, Paramount Plus, the streaming service, among other things. So now they're cooking. Now they got a little media conglomerate. This deal was finalized in August. You might remember, when they gained control of CBS News, they bought out Barry Weiss from the Free Press for $150 million, and then they made her the editor-in-chief of CBS News.
So you knew all this and you still was capping for MAGA. That's the part I don't understand. It's like how you just now getting an eye-opening experience about what you really think should be going down. This whole thing is crazy to me. Like it's the wishy-washy for me.
Even bigger. They said, if we want to compete with Amazon, Netflix, Apple, Disney, it's not enough to just have Paramount. Paramount is peanuts. They said, we need Warner Brothers. So they submitted a huge offer to acquire Warner Brothers Studios, Discovery Channel, HBO, HBO Max, CNN, TNT, TBS, all these properties under the Warner Brothers conglomerate. Skydance Paramount made a huge offer for it. Warner Brothers, receiving the offer, then opened up the bidding process, and they started accepting bids from other companies. Netflix came in with the better deal, and the board of Warner Brothers approved the deal. This happened in December. And so since December, Netflix was going forward to acquire Warner Brothers, and Skydance Paramount was out of luck. That is until the DOJ, the Department of Justice, under Pam Bondi, began to scrutinize this acquisition. And they started to say, maybe Netflix is engaging in anti-competitive practices. And maybe Netflix is going to be too big if it has HBO Max and Warner Brothers. And so there was this idea that maybe the deal might not be approved by regulators, ultimately, that are controlled by the Trump administration. Skydance Paramount, the Ellisons, were not to be deterred. So they came back with an offer that Warner Brothers couldn't refuse. And last week they offered a vastly superior offer, much more money. And Warner Brothers is now taking the deal. They literally could not accept the deal because it's too much money. And so now you're going to have Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Skydance. This is in addition to, and I mentioned this at the top of the show, Larry Ellison's acquisition of TikTok. You might remember that back in 2024, the US Congress banned TikTok from the United States unless its parent company, ByteDance, sold the American side of the business to an American company. And under Biden, in his last year in office, no such deal was able to happen. That is until Trump came into office, and Trump brokered the sale of TikTok's US business to a newly created US entity. He did that last year. Under the terms of that deal, Larry Ellison's company, Oracle, will receive alone TikTok's proprietary algorithm, and they will be able to modify it for US TikTok users. What's more, Oracle already controls all of TikTok users' data in America, and Oracle will become one of the largest shareholders in the newly created US TikTok entity.
Like, bro, this is insane, right? And then you still have some people who actually say that it is a conspiracy theory that if you say that some powerful people own the media, bro, here's your evidence. Like, do I need to say anything more? This is ridiculous, right? And for this reason, again, I can repeat myself over and over again. You should be really careful. I mean, like, who am I to tell you this? Always decide this for yourself, of course. But you should be really careful if you like listen to or just watch the mainstream media, even if you like watch or if you're on TikTok. Like, let this be another example. What is going on, guys? Like, do you not understand that some of these mainstream medias or like these social medias, they're trying to like influence your opinions? They're like trying to like influence your brain a little bit. I hope you get the point, but they're just, I wouldn't call it like manipulation, but it is almost like similar, because they can show you the things what they want you to show, and they can hide the things what they maybe don't want you to see. Excuse me for my English, but I hope you get the point. This is very...
Your excuse for your English, who are you and where do you come from, sir? I'd like to do the FBA thing on this. Who is this guy? But it's interesting what Nick Fuentes says. Let's go deeper into what is happening. Ayatollah was killed. Okay. Ayatollah was killed. Let's go.
A whole bunch of updates for you. So as you know, the U.S. and Israel launched an illegal and offensive war against Iran. They did not attack us. They were not threatening to attack us. They did not attack Israel. They weren't threatening to attack Israel. The U.S. and Israel launched attacks first, and then they retaliated. They did a counterattack, and now we are where we are now. Okay, so let's start with this. Your first update. Iran Observer says, breaking, the IRGC says U.S.'s Navy intelligence ship, MST, has been targeted. So as we go through here, you'll see they've done some damage. The Iranians have done some damage in retaliation for the attack on them. All right, we also have this. Breaking, Iran launches the first wave of ballistic missile retaliation. More info coming. So you can see that here. The ballistic missiles taking off. Somebody's driving in a car and showing the ballistic missiles taking off here. And that's a lot of them. That's a lot of ballistic missiles. Earlier today, we discussed there was an attack that the Israelis did on a girls' school in Iran. They attacked a girls' school. Now, earlier the number was about 24 girls dead. It turns out that number has gone up and up and up since then. So the Telegraph said 51 schoolgirls were killed and 60 were injured when a strike hit a girls' elementary school, okay? Since this came out, I've seen another number that now it's up to 84 girls were killed. So this is an atrocity. This is a war crime. And this is what Israel does. They attack schools. They attack hospitals. They attack UN buildings. They attack refugee camps. This is what they did in Gaza. They basically got away with it. And now they're going to try to get away with it in Iran as well. Absolutely disgusting. And I want you to stop and think for 1 second, what if Iran did that to us? Or what if Iran did that to Israel? Where in the first wave of attacks, they killed 84 little kids. what would our reaction be and what would the media say, right? It would be a totally different picture. Instead, this story comes out, you're going to hear me talk about it, but it's largely going to be buried, and people will continue to pretend like this is a just war, okay? Let me continue. Have heard from an Iranian friend, says Tariq Ali on Twitter, that her partner in Tehran has sent her a message. He is a leftist and is telling her that the U.S. and Israelis are targeting a number of known leftist homes in Tehran and elsewhere in an attempt to make sure there's no opposition to their favorite candidate once they destroy the regime. What this reveals is the degree of penetration by Mossad in Iran. What it also means is that this is not going to be an easy occupation for the U.S. and its Israeli buddies. So, and there's a number of different pieces of evidence coming out that they're indeed targeting left-wingers who have some semblance of a following and could unite the country and could bring about like real democratic change, okay? So that is a devastating thing because, like I said, the goal at the end of the day is either balkanization and make it a failed state, or bring the son of the Shah in and have him be the new Shah, the new dictator. That's what I think they want. That's what's on the menu for them, and so that's why they're targeting left-wing leaders. Okay. BNO News says, Israel used about 200 fighter jets to strike approximately 500 targets across Iran, the IDF says. 200 fighter jets going after 500 targets. And there's a lot of videos coming out, both in Iran, but also, you know, the U.S. bases and stuff that were attacked in like Bahrain and elsewhere. But what's interesting is both Israel, Iran, and the other Middle Eastern countries are basically trying to like stop people from sharing the evidence and stop people from sharing the videos. Okay. So they're trying to snuff this out and give us as little as possible. But of course, because of social media in real time, we're getting a lot of updates. Legitimate Target says, breaking, Iran has destroyed Mossad's Unit 8200 Gelilat base north of Tel Aviv. Okay. Now, by the way, I should also point out as we go through this here, this is all like in the moment that I'm giving you this stuff. So take everything with a grain of salt. Take everything with a grain of salt. Because in the early moments of stuff like this, there's plenty of like misinformation and disinformation that's floating around. And so, you know, whenever something seems a little bit sketchy, just bear in mind, it is a little bit sketchy. Okay. So I haven't seen anything validate this, but then again, it's kind of tough to tell because I don't think Western outlets would freely report on the fact that, you know, a Mossad unit was hit. So, but either way, asterisk by this one, but let's continue here. Trita Parsi says, the U.S. appears to be trying to assassinate jailed Iranian dissident Mir Hossein Mousavi, who has been in house arrest since 2009. Damn. So again, they are targeting leftists. They're not just going after the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. They're going after anybody and everybody who would get in the way of Israel expanding and becoming a greater Israel and dominating the entire Middle East. Hugo Lowell says, Trump posts on Truth Social the headline and link to a Just the News story. Quote, Iran tried to interfere in 2020 and 2024 elections to stop Trump and now faces renewed war with the United States. So Donald Trump, immediately after launching an illegal and offensive war against Iran, a country that didn't attack us, they weren't going to attack us, okay? He immediately posts that they basically stole the 2020 election and tried to steal the 2024 election for the Democrats. Again, this is because he's going to try to declare a national emergency and federalize the midterm elections so that he can steal it for Republicans. That's why he's doing this. Don't be naive. That's exactly what's going on here. All right, Iranian General Sardar Jabari says, quote, Trump should know that today we fired the old stockpile missiles. Soon we will unveil weapons you have never seen before. So is it a bluff? Potentially, but also potentially not. And maybe this is just the beginning of the damage. Okay. How about this? This UEWR in Qatar, costing more than $1.1 billion, was U.S. radar for monitoring air activity across the whole Gulf and Levant region. Iran took it out within the first 2 hours as retaliation, blinding the U.S. for what follows. So our main hub of radar in the Middle East has been wiped out. And now we're flying blind. The U.S. is flying blind in the region. That is devastating, and that has devastating consequences for how they move forward in this war. Now, is it possible they have some sort of backup system? Sure, it's possible. But if they do, we don't know that. If they do, we don't know that. There's no evidence of that, I should also say. So this is kind of a huge deal. And again, it goes to show you Iran, they're not sitting ducks. This is very, very different from the Venezuela thing. The Venezuela thing was already illegal and unethical and immoral and wrong. And you kidnapped a sovereign leader, and then you started stealing their oil and selling it. And now Trump has hundreds of millions of dollars in a private bank account in Qatar in his name that he's stealing from the Iranian people. Horrible enough. But it was in and out, right? This is very different. And this is why they keep telling you, like, oh, it'll maybe be a couple weeks or a couple months. Like, the fact that they're saying that now reminds me exactly of Iraq, where they said the same thing and then it went on over 20 years and we're still there. Okay? So that's the concern with this one, is the same thing could happen. Now, Trump might chicken out and declare victory anyway. That's certainly, in the realm of what's possible. But everything he's done to this point has been a major, colossal crime and has led to horrific consequences. All right, more. Reports of at least 18 THAAD plus Patriot air defense systems failed to intercept Iranian missile strikes on Tel Aviv. Iran says this is the first wave of missile strikes against Israeli cities of ports and government buildings. So let me see if we can get the video here. So I definitely see all the smoke in the air here, but apparently the defense systems are not working that well, which, by the way, that shouldn't be that big of a surprise, because in the previous war, the same thing happened. Iran was able to pierce through the defense systems in Israel. And by the way, again, they knew all this was going to happen to one extent or another. They knew that Iran would fight back. They knew there would be casualties on their side, and they still proceed. Why? Because, again, they're trying to create a greater Israel. They're trying to fulfill, like, biblical prophecy. Okay, all the psycho death cultists are all in on this, and they don't care about the human toll. They simply don't. All right, how about this one? The American bases that were attacked today by Iran. In Bahrain, we have 2 different bases, including the U.S. 5th Fleet Command Center. In Qatar, we have an air base that was attacked. In Kuwait, we have 3 different air bases that were attacked. In the United Arab Emirates, we have 3 different air bases that were attacked. And in Saudi Arabia, 4 different air bases. Jordan, 1. Iraq, 1. And so you also have, like, Hezbollah and different Shia militias. They say they're tooling up and they're about to go after the U.S. and Israel as well. So it really has already spiraled out of control into a regional war. And remember, our allies in the region made a point of trying to say, we're not going to let the U.S. use our airports because they wanted to protect themselves from this exact reaction. But it didn't protect them from this reaction in any way, shape, or form. And these U.S. bases in these countries are being hit. And then also, as you'll see, you have, like, civilian stuff as well being hit, even if it's just like the missile systems, the defense missile systems knock something out of the sky, but it ends up falling in, like, a civilian area. That's also happening in different places throughout the Middle East. All right, how about this one? Iran state-affiliated news agency, Fars, claims the following officials are safe. So they have the senior security official and former parliament speaker, safe. Mohammed Bagher Kalibaf, speaker of the parliament, safe. The president, Masoud Pezeshkian, his son and deputy, safe. Chief Justice Gholam and Hossein Ejei, safe. General Amir Hatami, commander-in-chief of the regular army, safe. They did not put the supreme leader on that list. Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about this later, but I saw some Israeli sources saying he's dead. Then I saw some Iranian sources saying that's fake news, he's alive. Then I saw them say, oh, he's gonna give a speech. But then that was like a few hours ago. I haven't seen the speech yet, okay? But it's a little bit up in the air as to what's going on with the Grand Ayatollah. But nonetheless, I have no doubt that this did not go as the U.S. and Israel wanted, because so many of the regime figures are still alive, okay? Breaking, Iranian Defense Minister Amir Nasirzadeh and Revolutionary Guard Commander Mohammed Pakpour killed in Israeli attacks. 3 sources familiar with the matter tell Reuters. So they have gotten some people, some Iranian Revolutionary Guard Council people. But as of right now, at least, The majority are still alive. Israel assesses the assassination was successful. The likelihood that Supreme Leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, survived the Israeli strike is slim to none. So again, that's the thing I just referenced that Israeli media was saying. Iranian media was saying the exact opposite, okay? Now, you're watching this because you're educated and you want to know the truth. So shout out to all you watching this. By the way, while you're here, subscribe and click that bell icon so you get a notification every time we drop a video. But the rest of the media is absolutely, positively, mega ultra cooked. They are barbecued. They are deep fried. They are boiled and broiled. They are whatever way of cooking you want to bring up, that's what they are, okay? Because look at this from David Klein. A minority of Americans want a regime change war in Iran, but 100% of CBS's top billed experts do. So the coverage that they're doing on CBS is filled wall to wall with everybody who supports regime change in Iran. They're not even pretending. They're not even trying to be neutral or be objective or be truth tellers. They're not even putting in a little bit of effort. They're not even putting up a smoke screen or a veneer. It's literally just grab your pom-poms and everybody come cheer Mossad and Israel and this illegal and offensive war. Okay? Just absolutely grotesque. Breaking. Iranian drone hits high-rise building in Bahrain. Jesus Christ. Bro, that video is crazy. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, y'all. By the way, the tallest building in the world. Is it in Qatar? Dubai? I forgot where it was. It was somewhere in the Middle East, the tallest building in the world. They had to evacuate. Okay, they had to evacuate. Iran foreign minister says Khamenei is alive as far as I know. So again, we're going back and forth on the grand Ayatollah, at least as of this moment. Jeremy Scahill says, the Gulf countries and Jordan are issuing condemnations of Iranian aggression as the U.S. uses their territory to coordinate, command, control an unprovoked regime change war of actual aggression. They offer zero condemnation of the offensive war launched by the U.S. See, so that's the crazy thing is they weren't allowing the U.S. to use their bases early on here. Okay? That's what all the reporting said. And then they still got hit because there's so many U.S. bases in these countries. And that, of course, they were going to be the first thing that were up to be hit by Iran when the actual war popped off. But then in their comments after, they say nothing about who started it. They don't blame Israel. They don't blame the U.S. They go after Iranian aggression. So I don't know what these governments think they're doing. Because, by the way, there's going to be a popular revolt from within these countries. Because the population is not stupid. They know that this is, Israel's doing. They understand that. They're aware of that. And so it's very strange, these like puppet Western regimes, these Gulf Arab countries. Like there is not even the thinnest layer of seriousness to these people. Like everybody knows what they are. Everybody knows they're puppets. And that, I imagine in the long run, there's going to be consequences to that fact. That this is leading to a sort of regional instability that we haven't seen since the Arab Spring, okay? So how about this one? British Prime Minister Keir Starmer condemns Iranian attacks on Middle Eastern countries. So yet again, now, they're not partaking in the attack, at least that I've read to this point, in any way, shape, or form. But to condemn Iran when they were the ones that were illegally attacked by Israel and the U.S., I mean, it's very bizarre how it's blame the victim day. Like they do this all the time. And this is the classic move whenever there are Western wars of aggression. It's like, even with no evidence or no argument whatsoever, they'll still just assert that we're the good guys and that we're somehow on the defensive. All right, Dubai just shut down. The busiest international airport on earth closed indefinitely. Dubai International and Al Maktoum International both suspended all operations on February 28th per official Dubai airport statements. Over 280 flights canceled, 250 more delayed. The airspace that handles more international passengers than any hub on the planet went dark this morning because Iranian ballistic missiles were flying through it. Now read the airline list and understand the scale of what just broke. Emirates grounded, Etihad grounded, Qatar Airways suspended all flights to and from Doha after Qatari airspace closed. Air India, every single flight to every destination in the entire Middle East, suspended indefinitely. Turkish Airlines suspended flights to Bahrain, Iraq, Iran, and it goes on and on and on. This is not a regional disruption. This is the global aviation network breaking at one of its most critical nodes. Dubai is not just an airport. It is the single largest connecting hub between Asia, Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. Every flight from Mumbai to London, from Singapore to Frankfurt, from Nairobi to New York. He goes on and on and on. He says the cost is compounding by the hour. Rerouted flights burn more fuel when oil is spiking past $100 a barrel because the same conflict that closed the airspace is threatening the strait that moves 21 million barrels a day. That's the Strait of Hormuz. And they've already shut that down, by the way. There's some reporting to that effect. Airlines are paying surge prices for fuel to fly longer routes around a war zone that did not exist yesterday morning. Every hour the airspace stays closed, the losses multiply across carriers already operating on thin margins. And here's what nobody is calculating yet. Dubai's economy runs on connectivity, tourism, trade, finance, logistics. All of it depends on DXB being open. The UAE just absorbed an active war on its sovereign territory with a civilian killed in Abu Dhabi from missile debris. The country that built its entire economic model on being safe, neutral, connected hub of the Middle East is now closed for business because the country it had no quarrel with fired missiles through its airspace. Iran did not just attack military base this morning. Iran shut down the economic engine of the Gulf. That is a cost Tehran cannot afford to repay, and the UAE will not forget. So yes, point here, there are so many unintended consequences that are all going to happen now. And I genuinely think Donald Trump is too fucking stupid to have thought this through in any serious way. And Netanyahu didn't fucking care because Netanyahu wants to create that greater Israel no matter what. He doesn't care who or what gets in the way. He's going to genocide whoever he wants. He's going to ethnically cleanse whoever he wants. He's going to blackmail whoever he wants. And then here we are. Now we have the pedophile billionaire president who's blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein. And Mossad has all that information. And oh, would you look at that? Netanyahu is able to blackmail him and extort him and coerce him and hold it over his head. And here we are. I think Trump was fine with this war anyway because he's a massive warmonger as it is. But it's certainly an added bonus and a cherry on top that Netanyahu can blackmail him just like he blackmailed Bill Clinton in the past, by the way. There's detailed reporting on that from Ryan Grimm. So, but now shit like this is going to be, it's going to backfire so fucking hard because people are, especially in the U.S., we are not used to dealing with any sort of actual consequences, right? Anything that disrupts life even a little bit in this country, people are going to go, what the fuck is this bullshit? I didn't ask for this. So I'm telling you, homie's approval rating is going to collapse to something in the 20s. He should be impeached. He should be removed. He should be arrested. I mean, goes without saying that Netanyahu should be locked up by the ICC. I mean, this guy's genocidal and a war criminal. Let me show you this one. So we just mentioned the airport. Dubai International Airport has been paralyzed. Flights have been suspended indefinitely. Look at what it looks like in there, bro. Look at what, nobody's going anywhere. And yes, you know, Crystal was talking to me about this too. Crystal has been to some of these places. And her point is like, yeah, these are like luxury tourist hubs, right? Where everything is super expensive. Everything is luxury. Everything is like, you know, they got these like premier golf courses and 5-star restaurants and everything's fancy. And like, they are not used to this sort of shit. And here we are because Netanyahu and Trump wanted to do an illegal and offensive war and regime change against a country that didn't attack us. We are plunging the entire region and the entire world into absolute chaos. An Iranian attack hit the Palm Hotel and Resort in Dubai. Holy cow. So this one might be where the defensive system kicked in, but the debris hit the hotel. And take a look at that. Insane, bro. Absolutely insane. New video from Tehran reveals streets on fire as people walk through the rubble. Crying and screaming can be heard. The Trump administration reportedly struck several residential buildings in Tehran earlier today. So on top of attacking and killing at least 80 innocent little girls at an elementary school, we have horror scenes like this. So Israel's turning the world into Gaza. Israel's turning the entire Middle East into Gaza so they can steal more territory. That's what they're doing. Iranian missiles could potentially strike world's largest $3 trillion oil company, Aramco, in a retaliatory plan as Saudi Arabia allowed the U.S. and Israel to bomb Tehran. Major oil and energy crisis incoming across the world. So this is one of those like nuclear options that Iran could potentially do. Metaphorically nuclear, of course, I mean. Whereas like the Strait of Hormuz, that's a huge deal, right? Shutting down the Strait of Hormuz is a huge deal. Supply shock around the world. The price of gas is going to skyrocket, okay? That's really serious. This is potentially even more serious. If you just, blow up all of the Saudi infrastructure, oil infrastructure, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But it's absolutely on the table. It is absolutely, they're not, it's existential now to them. They're not going to go down without a fight. They're just not going to go down without a fight. China and Russia have requested an urgent UN Security Council meeting on Iran. So there are big questions here, bro. There's big questions about what's going to happen from here. Will China and Russia back up Iran and sort of take a stand here? Will they take a stand against the West? Will they, at the very least, keep sending them weapons and keep sending them missiles and keep sending them bombs and keep sending them defensive support, right? And look, if I had to guess in this moment, I would say yes, they're probably going to do that. They probably realize whatever happens with Iran is going to happen beyond just Iran. That effectively what you're dealing with when it comes to the U.S. is the Fourth Reich. Between Netanyahu and the U.S., this is Fourth Reich shit. We see what Trump is doing. He's saying he's going to steal Greenland. He's going to steal Panama. He just did regime change in Venezuela. He's doing it in Cuba. He's threatening Mexico. He's trying to create the technate of America. He's trying to expand the territory of America. And Netanyahu's doing the same with creating a greater Israel in the Middle East. This is a terrorist, death cult, expansionist ideology. And they will stop at nothing until they dominate more people, murder more people, and take more land. This is not, you can't appease that. You just can't. Just like, everybody said back in the day, Neville Chamberlain ended up looking like an idiot. He thought he could appease Hitler by giving him some land, and it didn't fucking work. He was unappeasable. And will China and Russia take that same lesson away when it comes to the U.S.? I guess we'll find out. But when you look at the U.S. and you look at Israel and you look at what they've gotten away with, I mean, it's astonishing if you don't come to that conclusion. I don't know about this one, but I'm going to present it to you anyway. So the foreign minister of Iran, his phone has been blowing up a lot today. And allegedly, Trump is asking for a ceasefire through Italy. A few hours after Iran's large-scale operation against American bases in the region, Donald Trump conveyed a message to Tehran through Italy calling for an immediate ceasefire. Okay. Now, I don't know if this one is true. I don't know if this is verified. But if it is true, that would be fascinating because this would be basically things finally not going 100% in the way of the U.S. and Israel that would lead to him panicking and pressing this button. You understand what I'm saying? Because, like I said, shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, supply shock, price of oil skyrockets. People get furious about that. In the U.S., your approval rating tanks even more, right? Bombing our very expensive radar system and destroying that in the Middle East, which they did. Now we're flying blind. Now it's much harder to do literally anything when it comes to a military mission. The fact that those things alone happened might make them go, oh, fuck. Like we weren't expecting that. We don't know what to do now. Like, our contingency plans are not good. And so it could be Trump might try to back out and save face. He might try to back out and say, we were able to take out 90% of all the regime, like lie and say some shit like that and pat himself on the back and say, it's done. It's concluded. We figured it out. We guaranteed they're not going to be able to build a nuclear weapon, and we took out most of the government. Like, it's possible. It's possible. But we'll have to wait and see. But certainly the rhetoric leading up to it was the opposite. Was like Trump was saying, yeah, American service people might die, and that's a price I'm willing to pay. So it's possible he's getting cold feet now that it started, and there's, the bully just got punched in the fucking jaw. It's possible. But it's also possible that that's cope and that's wishful thinking. And Trump is in this for the long haul and, cooked. He's cooked. Because we all know, like I said, they got those tapes of Trump with underage girls. He does not want those shits coming out. But the question is, we know Netanyahu has it and he can release it. But as we discussed as well, it's possible Iran has those tapes too. So he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't, in a sense. We're going to get to some reactions too, sprinkled out through these updates. Here's one from Kat Abu Ghazaleh. She's, of course, running for Congress as a Democrat. She says, The morally bankrupt Trump administration has partnered with another morally bankrupt authoritarian to declare an unprovoked war on Iran, already killing scores of civilians. We need an immediate vote from Congress on a war powers resolution, then articles of impeachment. We are attacking Iran because we believe we can with zero accountability. It's fucking disgusting, and so many of our leaders in both parties, by the way, are applauding this. The people of Iran are the ones who determine their fate. The U.S. and Israel's obsession with regime change is abhorrent. This won't stop Iran's nuclear weapon development. It won't stop the protesters. It won't lower your costs or fix American healthcare. It will murder countless civilians, destabilize Iran and the region, and drag us into another forever war. The United States has now bombed 7 countries in the past 12 months: Venezuela, Syria, Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, Yemen, and Iran. Now, remember, this is the guy who lies and says, I stopped 8 wars. I stopped 9 wars. He adds a new war every other week, right? No, he actually stopped 0, literally 0. It's all a lie. If you go and read the specifics, it gets debunked immediately. But he started 7 wars. That's what he actually did. He bombed 7 different countries. So we're dealing with a madman. We're dealing with a madman, potentially with Alzheimer's. I love this. So Thomas Massie, earlier today, in the middle of the night when this happened, Thomas Massie tweeted, acts of war unauthorized by Congress. The U.S. is attacking Iran, according to the Associated Press. So this guy makes the claim, wait, how did he know this? He tweeted this basically before the attacks happened. And so then Laura Loomer, the Zionist extraordinaire, chimes in and says, Thomas Massie needs to be investigated. Who is leaking to Massie? Leaking classified information is a crime. At Pete Hegseth, at Donald Trump. Do you see how crazy this is? We're currently witnessing a totally illegal, totally unconstitutional, and offensive war against a country that's no threat to us whatsoever. That alone is impeachment worthy. That alone is a high crime. That alone should lead to both Netanyahu and Trump getting locked up. Okay? But she's ignored that. But let me go cry to the refs and cry to mommy, cry to the war criminal refs and say, excuse me, sir. Massie got some information before he was allowed to have it. So maybe you should lock him up and then complete your illegal war. It's just amazing. The brains of Zionists need to be studied. It has to be studied. You people are not right in the head. This is genuinely not right in the head. This is you watch somebody commit a murder and you cheer them on and then you yell at somebody for jaywalking. That's the equivalent of what you're doing here, Laura. Flashback. We've seen this movie before, right after Bush launched shock and awe in Iraq. Here he was on March 19th, 2003. We have no ambition in Iraq other than to take out a threat and restore control of that country to its people. This is exactly like the shit that the Israelis and the Trump regime are saying now.
We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization,
Jesus Christ,
and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people.
Over 20 years later, fucking $8 trillion later, hundreds of thousands of innocent people killed later, millions of people displaced later, a country totally broken, leading to the rise of ISIS later. Here we are. Bro, we're just looking out for you, dog. We're just trying to help you out. You know what I'm saying? It's going to go great. This will go great. How's this for disturbing? Yes, that is a blood-stained little girl's backpack. This is one of the little girls who was murdered by the attack on the school. Again, I want to reiterate, imagine the roles were reversed and Iran killed a bunch of little elementary school girls in the U.S., or Iran killed a bunch of little elementary school girls in Israel. How would the media be reacting right now, and how would our politicians be talking right now? But instead, water off a duck's ass for most of the political class in this country. They won't even mention this. Bro. Like I said, 84 dead and rising. Breaking. Iran says Supreme Leader Khamenei will give a speech just hours after the U.S. and Israel targeted him in an assassination attempt just 1 hour ago. Israeli media said the odds Khamenei survived their strikes are slim to none. The world now awaits the supposed speech. So, again, as of me recording this right now, he hasn't given it yet. I don't know if he will or if he won't. I don't know if he's alive or if he isn't. It's also possible they run a speech, but he was still dead, they pre-recorded it, right? So I don't know. That's all up in the air. But like I said, people are going back and forth on whether or not the Grand Ayatollah survived. But even if he didn't, it's really the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Council that runs the country. And there's a bunch of them. And they didn't even get the majority of them. Okay? So, this is not quick. This is not a simple thing. This is not Like, the way people conceptualize this stuff, I think is just wrong. I think it's just crazy. We're witnessing the next potential giant catastrophic war happening right now. There was no debate. There was no discussion. They didn't even try to make an argument. They didn't go through Congress. They just did it. They just fucking did it. Gavin Newsom, with a disgusting, putrid response. He should be fucking ashamed of himself for this response, ladies and gentlemen. He should be ashamed, okay? He says, the corrupt and repressive Iranian regime must never have nuclear weapons. The leadership of Iran must go. By the way, like, really? You're watching a fascist, imperialist, bloodthirsty warmonger start illegal and offensive wars, both Netanyahu and Trump, and you start by validating what their position is? You start by basically agreeing with what their position is? No, to me, that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. Like, did you learn nothing from Iraq? Did you learn absolutely nothing? Oh my God, I can't stand this guy, bro. He continues. So after agreeing with them completely, but that does not justify the president of the United States engaging in an illegal, dangerous war that will risk the lives of our American service members and our friends without justification to the American people. President Trump is putting Americans at risk abroad because he is unpopular at home. No, I'm sorry, Gavin. I also give a shit about those 84 innocent little girls who were just murdered in an Iranian elementary school, okay? You might not care about them. I care about them. And humanity demands that you give a shit about them. Those lives are just as precious as the lives of American kids, okay? Because I actually believe in humanity, and I actually believe in equality, and I'm not a fucking American supremacist. So I like Adam Johnson's response here. He says, the entire basis of this war is good and morally justified, but the process is suboptimal. That's basically Newsom's comment. Thank you, Gavin, for running the football 95 yards, then turning around and insisting you strongly oppose touchdowns. He's so right. Like, I'm sorry, we're done with this. We're not doing this bullshit anymore. If you're a Democrat and you're like passively low-key in agreement with Trump, get the fuck out of the party. Resign, get the fuck out of the party. We don't want you. You're not a real Democrat. You're a Democrat in name only. You're Diet MAGA, okay? And this shit too. Do not, bolster the argument of your opponent and rationalize and justify an illegal and offensive war committed by total psychopathic war criminals and then say, but the way you're doing it is not right. No, fuck that. Fuck that. You better make a strong, bold argument against imperialism. That's what we want to hear. Against these fucking madmen who are torching the entire world right now. What a loser. I fucking hate it. Breaking, Iran's defense minister, Amir Nasirzadeh, has been killed in Israeli strikes, Reuters reports. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, Israeli media reports. Now, to be fair, they've gotten some things wrong also, so maybe it's still a little up in the air, but I'm starting to see more and more chatter about the Strait of Hormuz shutting down. The global oil market could face serious disruptions. Such a move could threaten a sharp rise in energy prices. Nearly 1/5 of the world's oil and gas passes through the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is strategically vital as it is a key route for supplies from the Middle East. Reports say that oil tanker traffic has already been halted. So like I said, I'm seeing more and more chatter here that that this indeed is happening, that they are shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. And that is an amount of economic pain that the U.S. and the world is not prepared for. Nobody asked for this war. Guys, I told you, the highest number of support I saw was 28% in one poll coming out of the U.S., okay? I see them go as low as 5%. So you're telling me you got a war here that's between 5% and 28% popular, and Trump thinks I can do this, and then when there's actual consequences, everybody's just going to roll with it? Everybody's going to be cool with it? It is just insanity that he got himself to that place. But again, maybe he was just blackmailed into doing it because we know they have the blackmail. Here's what this guy used to sound like when talking about these issues.
They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
How many times have we heard him do all this like anti-war rhetoric, the I'm the pro-peace candidate rhetoric, the, oh, Kamala's the warmonger rhetoric? And here we are. As Matt Stoller pointed out, if you voted for Trump, at this point, the only thing we want to hear from you is, I'm so sorry. That's all we want to hear. And maybe sprinkle in a little bit of, you know what, Kamala definitely would have been a better president than this. Let's start there, and then we can maybe move on after that. Maybe. We'll think about it. We'll get back to you. But let's start with that, with the bare minimum shit. It's astonishing to me what's going on here. Graham Plattner, he released a statement as well. Here's what he said.
Once again, in the space of less than 2 months, we awake to find that Donald Trump has illegally and unconstitutionally used military force against another country. Today, he has started major combat operations against the nation of Iran. He is doing this because he is flailing politically. He ran on ending foreign intervention like this, but because he sees his political future at risk, he is willing to send young American men and women into harm's way, and he is willing to bring an immense amount of violence upon the civilian population of Iran. This behavior makes us a pariah on the international stage. But we have to remember that this behavior is because we have acted like this in the past. I fought in wars just like this one. We cannot continue to have a foreign policy built around just dropping bombs on people when it benefits those in power here at home or benefits corporate interests abroad. This is not how the United States military should be utilized. Sadly, in the coming weeks, we are likely going to see more horror and more failure. This kind of behavior needs to end. None of us, no American, certainly no one in the Democratic Party, should support this kind of operation. This is the kind of foreign policy we need to end, not continue to support. I'm standing across the street from a war memorial here in northern Maine. It reminds me of the human toll of war, something that I have seen with my own eyes. We cannot continue to act in this way. This must end.
You know, people are calling this Operation Epstein Fury. And I think that's right. I think it should be called that. Some people are calling it the Epstein War. Because again, are we in this place because the president is a blackmailed pedophile and Mossad has those videos and they're being, basically he's being threatened with those being released? It's very possible. Like I said, Trump himself is a warmonger. So he could just want this war like he's wanted all the other wars and all the other bombings that he's done. But it's certainly possible that this is because they were like, no, you're doing this. And if you don't do this, here are the consequences. Operation Epstein Fury. That's a great comment here from Graham Plattner. Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, she says the American people do not want a war with Iran. Trump is acting on the violent fantasies of the American political elite and the Israeli apartheid government, ignoring the vast majority of Americans who say loud and clear, no more wars. The American people do not want a war with Iran. Trump is acting on the violent fantasies of the American political elite and the Israeli apartheid government, ignoring the vast majority of Americans who say loud and clear, no more wars. The Trump administration and Israeli regime's illegal war of aggression on Iran has already killed dozens of children, and more horrific death and destruction will come. These acts of war threaten to ignite a catastrophic regional war that will make no one safer while unleashing unconscionable suffering. President Trump will pretend this is about democracy and the rights of the Iranian people. Don't be fooled. Trump does not care about the Iranian people. The Iranian people are not pawns for the interests of foreign powers. Our government has imposed brutal sanctions that have destroyed the Iranian economy and the lives and livelihoods of millions of people. You cannot free people by killing them and destroying their country. Congress must stop the bloodshed by immediately reconvening to exert its war powers and stop this deranged president. But let's be clear, warmongering politicians from both parties support this illegal war, and it will take a mass anti-war movement to stop it. Hear, hear. And let me just add to that, Hakeem Jeffries, you got to step down. Chuck Schumer, you got to step down. And Donald Trump, you need to be either 25th Amendmented or you need to be impeached, okay? And your ass needs to be locked up. But great statement here from Rashida Tlaib. A Tehran city council member, Maysam Mosafar, says the son-in-law and daughter of Iran's supreme leader were killed. So the Grand Ayatollah's son and daughter. Now, is it possible, based on this information, that also means he's dead? It is possible. It certainly is possible. Trump, in a conversation with Barack Ravid, who's this like pro-Israel journalist, okay? Quote, I have many exit points from this campaign. I can make it long and take control of everything, or end it in a few days and tell the Iranians, we'll see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding. In any case, it will take them several years to recover from this attack. So if this is a real quote from Trump, which I have no reason to doubt it, then it could be yet again, like I said, he might just declare victory and back out again, right? Even if the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Council is still there and still run the show, it is possible he goes, all right, I'm just going to declare victory and back out a little bit here, because he might realize, hey man, this is going to be a total disaster for you. I already think it's a total disaster for him, even if they killed the supreme leader, right? Even because again, the way people in mainstream media talk about this, oh, did the intervention work? What does that even mean? Why do we have a right to illegally and offensively attack a country that didn't attack us? They weren't going to attack us. They're no threat to us whatsoever. Like, why do we get to go around bullying whoever we want for whatever reason or non-reason that we want? Why does Netanyahu get to determine which governments get overthrown casually, willy-nilly, nonchalantly, like it's nothing? These are innocent people's lives that we're talking about here. And like we already discussed, there's at least 84 innocent kids who've been killed, innocent little girls. Maine says, reminder, while he's launching an unauthorized war in Iran, where he expects and accepts American casualties, Trump is hosting a $1 million per person candlelit dinner fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago. This is so true, and the juxtaposition is mind-boggling. Look at the gold everywhere, Mar-a-Lago shining like it's crystal. Look at this. And as they're doing this like massive corrupt orgy, at the same time, death and destruction occurring across the world because he casually ordered it. By the way, Trump is about to speak to the Saudi leader and Qatari leaders right now. So it's still, as I'm talking to you, there's a new round of missiles that has been launched by Israel. Israel's doing another wave of attacks as I talk to you right now. Breaking, 201 people have been killed and 747 injured in U.S.-Israeli attacks that struck 24 provinces, Iranian state media reports, citing the Red Crescent. So as of right now, we're already at about 200 people killed and almost 1,000 injured, okay? They bombed a number of different sites all throughout Iran. Here's Zoran Mamdani's reaction. He says, today's military strike on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression. Bombing cities, killing civilians, opening a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. They do not want another war in pursuit of regime change. They want relief from the affordability crisis. They want peace. I am focused on making sure that every New Yorker is safe. I have been in contact with our police commissioner and emergency management officials. We are taking proactive steps, including increasing coordination across agencies and enhancing patrols of sensitive locations out of an abundance of caution. Additionally, I want to speak directly to Iranian New Yorkers. You are part of the fabric of this city. You are our neighbors, small business owners, students, artists, workers, and community leaders. You will be safe here. Now compare this statement to fucking Gavin Newsom. This is how you do it, Gavin. Not your bullshit fucking mealy mouth. I agree with the Republicans, but also the way in which you're doing this is slightly uncouth, might I add. This is something people have been posting. You know how Trump did the Board of Peace. By the way, isn't that amazing? He creates the Board of Peace and starts like multiple wars. Like soon as he finishes that, he's like, how about I attack like 4 different countries, bomb 7 of them in my new term? It's just crazy. But now people are saying Board of Peace, B-O-R-E-D. And that is perfectly appropriate. By the way, he's besmirching the great name of the glorious FIFA Peace Prize. He ruined the good name of the FIFA Peace Prize. All right, massive pro-government crowd chants death to America in Iran. So as you have Netanyahu and Trump going, Iranians, raise up and fight back. Get in there and take over your government. Do the regime change. While that's going on, here's what's actually happening in Iran, because this tends to happen when other countries bomb you and attack you. When you're directly under assault, that's when you get a real rally around the flag effect. Watch this. Andrew Solender says, Democratic Representative Josh Gottheimer praises decisive action to defend our national security, fight terror, protect our allies, and stand with the Iranian people. So I ain't reading all this shit, but the gist of what he said is right there. And this is absolutely disgusting. Representative Josh Gottheimer should resign. He should absolutely resign, and he should be stripped of his label of being a Democrat. He should not be allowed in this party. I'm sorry. We are so sick and tired of Diet MAGA. We are so sick and tired of people who agree with warmongering and imperialism. Then they pretend to be a liberal or a leftist. Get the fuck out of here. No, he's bought by the Israel lobby, just like the rest of them, bought by the military-industrial complex, just like the rest of them. We see you. We know what you are. Stop with the bullshit. It is fraudulent to misrepresent yourself like you agree with Democratic voters. Guys, literally only 2% of Democratic voters support war with Iran. He's saying, I will represent the 2% of Democratic voters and tell the other 98 to kick rocks. No, I'm sorry. There's no place for you in the Democratic coalition. You're not, like, go be a Republican. That's what you are in your heart of hearts. Like, who are we kidding here? Like, how many issues can you spit in our eye and tell us to fuck off? And by the way, this is sort of a big issue. Like, being anti-imperialist or pro-imperialist, kind of like a cornerstone issue. You know what I'm saying? So just absolutely positively unacceptable here, and he should get the fuck out. Oh, don't even get me started on this, bro. All the fucking suckers and con men and frauds and idiots over the years who, made the argument in a full-throated way that actually Donald Trump is the anti-war guy. Russell Brand in 2023 said it should be a big story that Trump opposes a war with Iran. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Post Left Watch, for grabbing this. But I have to say, I don't have it in me to actually press play. I can't listen to this guy. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, my mental health is already struggling with the world falling apart. And I'm going to have to listen to this guy, this fucking shirtless, creepy pervert. I don't want to listen to him. But apparently he's, Trump's anti-war. Goodness gracious me. Oh, is he? How's that going for you now, Russell? Are any of these people going to come out and just be like, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize. Kamala would have been better. My bad. Are any of them going to do that? How about this one? So Christian Nightmares pointed this out. Because of the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran, I'm unlocking this post for more context on why most evangelical Christians want this war to happen. Watch, Mike Johnson wants to usher in biblical end times by having a red heifer sacrificed in Jerusalem. So Breaking Points talked about this when this happened not that long ago. I also talked about it. They snuck a red heifer into Jerusalem and they sacrificed it. And this is like some biblical shit where like end times begins when you kill the red heifer. So understand, what these people actually believe is psychotic and delusional. They think that Jesus is going to come back on a winged horse to the Middle East. This is what the Christian Zionists believe. Jesus will come back on a winged horse to the Middle East, and he's going to usher in the apocalypse, the end times. He's going to kill most of the Jews, but some will convert to Christianity. All of them will fly up to heaven, right? But this can only happen when Israel has all of the land. And that's why Mike Huckabee is like, Israel should take all the land. And then you have, so there are ultra-Orthodox, fundamentalist Jews who believe in a literalism like this, where they believe in the red heifer sacrifice. And you have the Christian Zionists, the evangelicals like Mike Huckabee, who also believe in similar psycho shit. But what unites them all is they believe in the biblical nonsense that they have a right to murder people and steal their land because the Bible says, I should take your land. Okay? That's where we are. And that's actually what these people believe. And they make policy decisions based on absolute nonsense, based on fake shit from the Torah and from the Bible. And we're dealing with the fallout. Okay? But I need everybody to understand, like, a lot of these decisions are being made by people that are this fucking crazy. They're actually this crazy. Like, if you were in a position in the government, you would be thinking, okay, well, how do I, like, limit the damage, make sure people don't get hurt, make sure we protect everybody's rights, like, try to find a reasonable way out of the situation. No, that's not how they think. They're like, how do we let Israel take even more land so we can usher in the end times? How do we carry out this biblical prophecy by slaughtering this red heifer in the way that they describe? Like, it is just, again, I'm at a loss for words when it comes to this stuff. And that doesn't happen often. Matt Duss says, Shaheen backs regime change. Just think Trump needs to explain it better. Awful. Democrats need better foreign policy than this. I am deeply concerned about the president's lack of clear strategy for yet another open-ended war, and particularly the safety of our troops and American citizens and U.S. interests in the Middle East. No, Gene, I actually give a fuck about the 84 precious little girls who were murdered in elementary school by Israel. I actually care about all the civilians who get hurt fucking everywhere, okay? We also don't have a right to do this belligerent bullshit and overthrow whoever we want. I don't want to hear the clear lack of strategy. Again, I'm sorry. If you're a Democrat in the year 2026 and you're saying this, you're not welcome here anymore. You're not welcome here anymore. First of all, you're like 143 years old, okay? And that wouldn't be a problem if you were at least intelligent on policy, but you're not. You're agreeing with imperialism. You're just saying we need to be more strategic in our imperialism. This has got to stop. It's got to stop. And by the way, we should call every single Democratic congressperson, every single Democratic senator, and make crystal fucking clear that we are not, there is no wiggle room here, man. Like, you're either on our side or you're not. And if you're not, get the fuck out of the way. We will primary you. We will force you to resign. Like, we are done here, bro. We're done. SE Cup posts this statement from Major General retired Paul D. Eaton, an Army commander during Operation Iraqi Freedom. So let's see what he says. Men who know more about war than Donald Trump ever will warned him repeatedly about the risks to American lives by starting a war with Iran. Indeed, Trump himself predicted casualties in his speech to America, and he didn't seem to bother him. Didn't bother him at all. The Constitution could not be more clear. When launching wars of choice, especially with American lives in the balance, the president goes to Congress and Congress authorizes it. That did not happen, and these operations are blatantly unconstitutional. More to the point, these operations seem to have no focus. Trump says they're to keep Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, but just last year he said we obliterated that program. It seems to be targeting missile sites, but Trump says it is to stoke regime change. A war without focus is a war with no tangible goals, and a war with no goals ends up a forever war. Quote, Trump said these kinds of forever wars would never happen under his presidency. He lied. Just like saying he'd lower prices and bring back jobs. He lied. The Republican Congress must now hold him accountable, or we will hold Republicans in Congress accountable in November. Yes, Major General, but at the same time, I think you're forgetting they're actually trying to steal it. So they don't want to have any Democratic input. They don't want to abide by the American way and have elections. They just want to do illegal and offensive wars and create the Fourth Reich and ban all Democrats from voting, ban any dissent, as Trump has tried to do. This is what it is. Go read NSPM 7. They're actually trying to ban dissent. That's what they're doing. They're building those 23 concentration camps. Are you really naive to think it's only immigrants going in there? There is no way it's only immigrants going in there. You might need to put me in a straitjacket when I'm done reading this one. Chuck Schumer's statement, quote, when I talked to Secretary Rubio, I implored him to be straight with Congress and the American people about the objectives of these strikes and what comes next. Iran must never be allowed to attain a nuclear weapon. They're not, and they said this week, we have no interest in a nuclear weapon. We think it's un-Islamic. We don't want it. Like, what is this world we live in where it doesn't matter what they say? They just say, but you are building a nuclear weapon. They probably should have, because then this wouldn't happen. Okay? But he goes right to, oh, I agree. Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. But the American people do not want another endless and costly war in the Middle East when there are so many problems at home. Quote, the administration has not provided Congress and the American people with critical details about the scope and immediacy of the threat. Confronting Iran's malign regional activities, nuclear ambitions, and harsh oppression of the Iranian people demands American strength, resolve, regional coordination, and strategic clarity. Unfortunately, President Trump's fitful cycles of lashing out and risking wider conflict are not a viable strategy. Notice the strategy mongering. Sir, why don't you do your imperialism in a more intelligent way? The administration must brief Congress, including an immediate all senators classified briefing and in public testimony, to answer these vital questions. The Senate should quickly return to session and reassert its constitutional duty by passing a resolution to enforce the War Powers Act. My prayers are with our brave American service members. He's got to go. I'm sorry, he's got to go. You cannot lead the Democrats in this moment. This is disgusting. This is a betrayal of your own voters and the country. Like I said, only 2% of Democratic voters support war with Iran. What you're describing here is you support war with Iran. You just think he's doing it in a haphazard way. That is not fucking opposition. That is not opposition. What the fuck is wrong with you? Call it warmongering. Call it neoconservatism. Call it imperialism. Call him bloodthirsty. Say this is bloodlust. Say it's totally unprovoked, because it is totally and utterly unprovoked. But he pivots right to, oh God, I agree, Mr. President. Iran is so bad. Oh God. But Mr. President, stop being so rude and uncouth when you drop your bombs. Mr. President, why won't you be nicer when you drop your bombs? You got to go, bro. You got to go. He's got to go. I can't handle this guy anymore. I just can't. I can't. I tweeted this. Trump must be impeached and arrested. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer must resign in shame for not adequately fighting back against this illegal war and scheduling the war powers vote for after the attack. By the way, that was their trick. So at first they said we're not going to have a war powers resolution that was proposed by Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie to block this war. Then they were like, oh yeah, no, we will schedule it, but we're going to schedule it for next week. Well, the reason they did that, guys, is because obviously they were tipped off. Hey, the bombing is going to happen this weekend before you have the vote. And so that's why they get to pretend, oh, I was always against this. No, you weren't. You dragged your feet for 2 fucking weeks when it was obvious they were doing a military buildup and it's obvious they had the intent to attack Iran. You didn't say dick that entire time. Why? Because you low-key support it. Why? Because you take a shitload of money from the Israel lobby and the Israel lobby wants it. And you probably take some money from the military-industrial complex too. Okay? That's why. And so here we are. They are not fit to lead. They are not actually against it. Their only criticism of Trump is, strategy's not right, Mr. President. You got to be smarter with your imperialism. So call Hakeem Jeffries, 202-225-5936. Call him and say, you got to go. You got to resign. Resign in shame. This is disgraceful how you handled this. Call Chuck Schumer, 202-224-6542. Say, you got to go, bro. Not only that, call your congressman and call your senator and say, if they're a Democrat, say, Chuck Schumer's got to go. He's got to get out of leadership. He's got to get out. You need a mutiny on the Democratic Party. You need a mutiny, and you need a new Democratic Party that's willing to fight, that rises to the occasion. You need Ro Khanna as a leader in the Democratic Party. You need, Bernie Sanders or Chris Murphy, who's been decent on these things. You need somebody who's actually going to carry the torch and represent the base, represent the American people. Okay? All right. There is this early glimmer of hope to end the war. I think the hope is it's a little pie in the sky at the moment, but I'll walk you through it. Key Senate Republicans are already signaling they're likely to flip and vote against the war if it drags on. I did not expect that swing Senate Republicans would say that Trump's war is on the clock just a few hours after it began. So they say here, Republicans are clearly hoping the U.S. engagement is limited. Senator Bill Cassidy said the decision presumably was based upon a clear and present danger to the U.S., plus a planned execution that does not put the United States in a forever war. So we already know that's not true because Trump didn't say, there's an immediate threat. He didn't say that, and they didn't even try to make the case, right? So here, they're clearly like skittish, and they don't like the idea of there being a war that goes on for a long amount of time, probably because they know it nukes their ability to hold the Senate and all their careers are at risk. But will that actually translate into like, hey, when the vote comes, I'm actually going to vote against this war? Doubt it. They're Republicans, right? I highly, highly doubt it. They're Republicans. So we'll see, if/when the vote comes up. But I view this as more ass covering, right? If anything, they're coaching him like, sir, why don't you say that we were about to be attacked and that's why you had to do it? Like, no, again, this is like the Chuck Schumer argument. Like, strategically, here's what you say and here's how you do it. No, it's not about strategy. It's about substance. Do you support bombing another country, doing a war with another country, doing regime change with another country when they're not a threat to us at all in any way, shape, or form? If you answer yes to that, you're just an imperialist. You're just a warmonger, okay? Bottom line. All right. Marjorie Taylor Greene, this is not freeing the Iranian people. This is murdering their children. What the fuck are you insane people doing? America does not support this. And she's quote tweeting the news that at the time it was 51 Iranian children that were killed in the bombing of the school. Now it's at least 80 or 84. But how pathetic is it that she's making a stronger statement than Democratic leaders? I mean, that's like, Jesus Christ, that's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. It genuinely is. Like, this should be what Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer say. They should be saying this. All right. Here's Kamala Harris fucking vindicated to the high heavens. Listen to what she said here with Rachel Maddow.
He's tweeting out, this bravado about, lock and loaded. What does that mean? Okay. And also,
well, it's an implicit military threat.
Yes, it is. And again, listen, as far as I'm concerned, this president is motivated by his personal insecurities more than he is our national security. If this president is thinking about putting us in a position where we're in a war with Iran, the consequences will be absolutely unacceptable and tragic in terms of the young men and women who are American soldiers who would be sent and deployed into something that was completely avoidable. In a Harris administration, we wouldn't have gotten ourselves into this mess. I do not believe that the current president of the United States is working in the best interest of the people of this country.
You get it. It also reminds me of when she said, like, Trump's going to send the military after you in American streets. When she's right, she's right. When she's right, she's right. It's extremely wild work to take $10 billion from Americans to launch a peace club and then launch an actual war 2 weeks later. Isn't that exactly right? He literally stole $10 billion from American taxpayers and gave it to his board of peace, which again is money in a slush fund only he controls. Just like what he did when he stole the Venezuelan oil and took hundreds of millions of dollars and put it in a private bank account in Qatar. Do you not see he's like a global mafia boss? That's what this is? That's exactly what this is. So you beg for a Nobel Peace Prize, you get the fucking FIFA Peace Prize, you start the board of peace, and then you launch 7 wars. 7 wars. That's how many countries he's bombed in his first year in office. Just absolutely preposterous. John Bolton said the following. Trump has every right to eliminate threats from the Ayatollahs, the IRGC, and Iran's nuclear weapons program. This mission is completely justifiable and necessary. The regime must fall, and the opposition needs to support the West. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I always warned you. I always warned you. Always. Do not let the neocons into our coalition. Do not let the neocons into the liberal left coalition. You know, we have some, moderate, centrist, whatever you want to call them, and liberals and leftists, but fuck they are warmongers. They are warmongers. How can they be in our coalition when the core of our coalition is supposed to be the billionaires, the warmongers, and the fascists are the problem, and we will oppose them all across the board? But no, he's one of the biggest warmongers there is. He's literally never met a war he didn't like. And he went from being, I'm Mr. Anti-Trump now. Look at me. I'm so anti-Trump. The second Trump actually starts doing the most horrific shit, he's like, yes, I love that. Yes. Fuck him. Get the fuck out of our way. You're not one of us, and you never were one of us. ABC News says Tucker Carlson called President Trump's decision to bomb Iran disgusting and evil. Disgusting and evil. Missile attacks on U.S. bases leave at least 200 U.S. personnel killed and injured, according to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Council. Now, this, I can say, has been disputed by the U.S. It's been disputed heavily by the U.S. They're saying it's not true. They're saying, as of right now, there's actually 0 U.S. casualties. In due time, we'll see if that's true. Current fog of war, competing propaganda interests are happening right now. So we'll find out in due time. But as of right now, the U.S. is saying, no, there's actually none. But again, here are some of the bombs that went off. It definitely is the case. Many U.S. bases got fucked up. Our radar got totally wiped out. Okay? The Strait of Hormuz, they are cracking down. So, they're landing body blows, but we don't know yet about the casualties, okay? An Iranian man left this comment on my YouTube channel. This is without a doubt the single best explanation of the reality facing Iranian people today. Quote, as an Iranian, I can tell you the situation is no longer just political. It's existential. We are trapped between two collapsing structures. One internal, one external. On one hand, we face a deeply dysfunctional government led by the supreme leader in the Islamic Republic's unelected institutions. Decades of economic mismanagement, suppression of dissent, and brutal ideological control have alienated multiple generations. No one believes in reform anymore because every attempt has either been co-opted or crushed. But here's the paradox. We are also terrified of regime collapse because we've watched the aftermath of Western intervention in countries like Iraq, Libya, Syria, and Afghanistan. Each was promised freedom, each descended into chaos, civil war, or foreign occupation. So no, we don't trust the U.S. or Israel, not because we support our regime, but because we know how imperial powers treat liberated nations in the Middle East. Freedom, in their language, often means vacuum, fire, and permanent instability. That's what they want. Right now, many Iranians live with 3 truths at once. The Islamic Republic is morally and politically bankrupt. The alternatives offered by foreign actors are not liberation, they're collapse. A bad government is survivable. No government is not. We are not silent because we agree. We are cautious because we've learned too well what happens when superpowers decide to help. In a sentence, Iran is a nation held hostage by its own regime, but haunted by the fate of its neighbors. We are stuck in a house we hate, surrounded by fires we fear more. That is a devastatingly brutal and accurate comment there. And I feel horribly for the people of Iran who are in this position. It is terrifying. Yet another one for you to add to the holy fucking shit. How did anybody ever say these things? Post Left Watch points out 2 years ago, Jimmy Dore and George Galloway called Trump the leader of the anti-war movement. The leader of the anti-war movement. How did that work out? Will apologies be coming in the near future? I won't hold my breath for that one. And then I have to bring this up as well. Answer Coalition. We brought this up in the previous segment. We're bringing it up again right now. Today, emergency nationwide day of action. Stop the war on Iran. Trump and Israel are carrying out an unprovoked, illegal bombing of Iran. This war threatens to cause unthinkable death and destruction. Iran has not attacked the United States. The people of this country reject another war for regime change and empire, a war which only serves the interests of a tiny elite and oil executives. Today, protests will take place in cities around the United States to oppose a new war on Iran. A growing list of demonstrations can be found on answercoalition.org/Iran. Let me repeat that. answercoalition.org/Iran. Initial sponsoring organizations of the day of protests include Answer Coalition, National Iranian American Council, 5051, American Muslims for Palestine, the People's Forum, Palestinian Youth Movement, Code Pink, Black Alliance for Peace, and Democratic Socialists of America. These things are going to spread. These things are going to spread, guys, and you guys need to get the word out there far and wide. There's going to be people in the streets. They're immediately going to oppose what we're doing here. This is insane. The situation we're in is insane, and all, well-meaning people need to have their voice heard. Also, call your senators, call your Congress people. We need a full court press, bro. We need a full court press. Trump needs to be impeached or hit with the 25th Amendment. He's got to be out of there. He's got to be arrested. Democrats need to grow some motherfucking balls. Chuck Schumer's got to resign. Hakeem Jeffries has to resign. They have to be replaced with fighters. There's no way around it. So this just came out, breaking. In a new statement, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it is highly likely that Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic, is no longer alive. If events follow historical precedent, as they did with Khamenei in 1989 and Raisi in 2024, the regime would likely wait until tomorrow morning to issue any formal confirmation, typically during state broadcast hours, and often accompanied by Quran recitation and morning programming before or alongside the announcement. It's 10:43 p.m. in Tehran. So Netanyahu saying we got him. That is what Netanyahu is saying. We still have, at least at this point, Iranian media is still saying, no, he's still alive. But Yashar Ali is providing some context there where they say, well, normally they would wait a little bit anyway. Okay. We just got these numbers in as well from YouGov. Approval for bombing Iran on Saturday. Disapprove 44%. Approve 34%. 34%. Approval among Republicans 69%. Independents 20. Democrats 10. I'm actually surprised by how high the Democrat and independent number is, to be honest. But overall, that's abysmal. And again, my only takeaway looking at this is, Republicans, man, you got to get your fucking shit together. You guys are like ontologically evil. Like, you guys actually, you look at the world and you go, how can I make this worse? How can I impart more pain and suffering on innocent people? Clearly, that's how you think. Because 70% of you support a bombing, a country that didn't attack us, is no threat to us whatsoever. And you're saying, yeah, I support bombing them. Why? You just like murdering innocent people? And on that note, I'll point this one out. Almost 20 female volleyball players martyred in a U.S.-Israeli airstrike in the Iranian city of Lamerd. So female, on top of elementary school girls, 20 female volleyball players. Great. This is what we're looking at here. The evil empire living up to the name. There's your updates right now, guys. I got my eye on everything. You'll probably hear from me, soon enough. But it's all going down. It's all popping off, and it's just as disturbing as we all expected it would be.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown is filing a federal lawsuit against the Trump administration over their efforts to build an ICE detention center in Washington County.
That lawsuit conflicts with the Washington County Council's full support of the government's mission. Fox 45 Jeff Abel joins us live with a look into what could come next. Jeff.
Well, you know, county leaders say there's little they can do to stop this project, but today the Attorney General stepped in, vowing to take the federal government to court.
For those of you with signs, please keep them down low.
At the Washington County Board of Commissioners meeting this month, protesters who had rallied against ICE outside were demanding to be heard inside.
If I hear one more whistle blow, I will suspend this meeting.
They're battling the federal government's $102 million purchase of this massive warehouse in Williamsport. There are plans to transform this building into an immigrant processing facility, which would house 1,500 immigrants, one of 16 new facilities in the country.
The Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Maryland, hereby expresses its full support for DHS and ICE.
County leaders threw their support behind ICE earlier this month, but Maryland's Attorney General has not. Today, Attorney General Anthony Brown filed a federal complaint against Homeland Security, writing, in their zeal to purchase and convert the Williamsport warehouse into an immigration detention facility, defendants have run roughshod over federal law and trampled on the state's interest. The complaint accuses the federal government of ignoring environmental concerns and public input on the project.
We're asking the court to halt construction and operation of this facility. We're asking the court to require a proper environmental review with full public input. And we're asking the court to declare that what the administration did here was unlawful.
But county leaders say they have little say in the matter, writing in a statement, generally, the federal government does not need to respect local zoning regulations that conflict with federal mandates. Washington County is not able to legally restrict the federal government's ability to proceed. Last week, county leaders made their support of ICE crystal clear by passing a resolution, but it didn't come without a fight.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Ready to vote? All in favor by saying aye. Aye.
Off air, off air.
Well, legal experts tell us that local and state governments typically have little say on what happens on federally owned land. We're live tonight. Jeff Abel, Fox 45 News.
If you are an American, if you live abroad, if you desire to move abroad, I want to read you some words. Iran promises a retaliation like never before. We're equipped with the most advanced capabilities to fight with you for years. At the start of the war, we'll use whatever we have left in storage, but as it goes on, we'll launch our most powerful missiles, things we haven't revealed yet. The ones we Iranians kept in reserve. We'll unveil these as well. These words came from senior IRGC leader, General Sadar Ibrahim Jabari. And if you are just catching up with what happened, there was a joint US and Israeli attack, and it took out Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and we're at war. A war has started on a random weekend. Here's what I'm going to share in this video. I'm going to share the facts, and then I'm going to share how you, as an American,
let me just say this. It's not a random weekend. The first attack was on a day, 12 o'clock in the morning, February 28th. That is the day that all the planets aligned. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but all the planets were aligned on that day when they hit Iran. So this is not this. I believe this is like not just a regular situation. This is getting into, sacrifices and all kinds of people, just like 9/11. They hit them on the day of a planet alignment. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that, but just so you know, all of the planets were aligned. Crazy.
Whether stateside or abroad, can just be mindful and aware of what's to come. Because a year ago, I made a video saying the worst is yet to come. I fully believe that. And this video is not to fearmonger, it's not to scare you, it's to remind you that if you come from a country that has been a bully for years, that has terrorized and brutalized people for years, it's a matter of time before retaliation strikes. And when we think about, so let's start with the facts. So civilian casualties are already in the hundreds, and they will, of course, be expected to rise. Retaliation from Iran has already begun, and missiles and drones have struck Israeli cities as well as U.S. military bases across Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and parts of the UAE. I think what's really interesting about all of this, well, let me share some more words, because there was another spokesman, Ibrahim Zolfagari, that spoke on behalf of the IRGC. And he had these words, which are chilling and so brutally honest. The criminal America and the savage Zionist regime in their attack on Iran once again shows that they understand nothing but the language of force and have proven their barbaric nature to the world, shedding the blood of our innocent people and defenseless students. Now, between Iran and Israel, people don't realize Iran is actually more powerful. They have much more people. But Israel relies on the US, the support and backing of the US, which, of course, America has more military power than all three, or the most out of all three. But here's the thing that I'm like, this is what's coming. The US cannot take all of the Middle East. Like, if the Middle Eastern countries all rose against the US, America would be destroyed. And that is what, I mean, it almost feels inevitable at this point. So just some facts, or just some things to be mindful of as we move forward. And the thing about war is we know that many countries are a product and result of war. War is not new. War is not something that we can ever avoid forever. We unfortunately have immature children that run countries. And so war is started prematurely and unnecessarily. And
But is it prematurely? Isn't like aren't we like coming up on like a whole election coming up? I don't think that anything is by chance or premature or anything. Trump know what he doing. He doing this all right before those midterms, those elections. And if we get struck, then those elections I think are gonna go bye-bye. Let's go.
That's what's happening right now. But anti-American sentiment expected to rise. So if you live abroad, I mean, already just be subtle. Like if someone says, "Oh, I can tell you're American," it's rarely a compliment. So in the way that you move about the world, if you are currently traveling or you live abroad, I don't think now is the time to be proudly American, which most people who have left the US probably have a disdain for American politics anyway. But there is also something that it's issued by the government. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure if it's something that I feel comfortable with, but it's called the STEP program. And it stands for Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. And basically you get the most updated information from the government themselves. And no one trusts the government anymore. Like we see how ChatGPT just signed a contract to get billions of dollars from the government so that they can pretty much use our information autonomously and as they desire, and they just have full agency of everything. At this point, being on the internet, you are just signing up for a lack of privacy.
Do you hear that? ChatGPT just got $1 billion. Money from the government to invade your privacy. What is this really all about? Is it about Iran?
I'm not
or is
naive
it
enough
about
to believe that
invading our privacy, creating a distraction? What is really going on here?
anything is private anymore. thankfully I'm not a criminal. It's going to be real hard out here for criminals pretty soon. But at the end of the day, if you want access to how I ideate my YouTube videos, have at it. So if you are, stressed about privacy right now, there's a lot of information with Anthropic and Claude AI on their Instagram teaching people how to create kind of like a I forget what they call it, but it's just like a file of all your data and information to be able to import it into Claude. Anyways, make sure your emergency contacts are updated. If you are abroad, check in with your people, make sure that your emergency contact and you are still on good terms. Make sure there hasn't been major life shifts in their life to where they wouldn't actually be available. For example, your emergency contact could be a friend, but they recently had a baby. I don't know if they would have all the time, capacity, and energy to be able to be on standby for whatever you might need. And also just know where your nearest embassy and consulate is located. At the end of the day, it's...
Hold on. Someone said they just sold Medicare to Oracle. What? Everyone was paying attention to Iran. I know it's something. I know all this stuff is a distraction. It's a psychological operation. Meanwhile, they're just slipping in all this other stuff as they're going along. Listen, instead of like watching the Iran stuff, be looking at the other stories. There's going to be a lot of weird stories going on as this whole thing continues to unfold. You're going to see all this like weird, like laws being passed, all type of wild stuff. It's crazy.
Ugh. Trust me, I'm processing and taking this information kind of in real time with y'all. So I'm just kind of like, I'm over it, clearly. I also want to share that I do believe the worst is yet to come. Let me say these words clearly because, again, it's not to fearmonger. It's just read Ray Dalio, Changing World Order. I've talked about this book ad nauseum for years. 250 years is the average length of global powers, international global powers, and the US celebrates 250 years of independence this year. So literally through history, that repeats itself. The US is trending downward, and there is a new global power that will rise. And
that's what Reverend Whoop-Ass said on my channel. If you guys haven't seen that, please go and watch the videos. Listen, my channel, talks about all this. I know some of my videos be long as hell. Honey, I fall asleep sometimes recording this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I get exhausted. That's why I haven't been doing a lot of political stuff, because it's exhausting and sad. But if you go on Reverend Whoop-Ass, he talks about this whole global power, about 250 years, and how things are going to switch up. All this stuff has been on my channel for the longest. Baba Yashabaya talked about it. Honey, I have one video from Baba Yashabaya that's been on here forever, but when I played it again, I got a strike. Please watch when you go on my channel and watch the Baba Yashabaya series. If you see Reverend Whoop-Ass on my channel, go watch his stuff. Like, he talks about all this stuff. I mean, I really risk a lot because I'm really making a lot of money doing this, talking about this, stuff. But, I risk my everything by really covering some of these things. But if you look into it, some of the people on my channel have almost prophesized certain things. Let's go.
It's happening sooner than we think. So, I think, this is my opinion, but I do believe the US will become one of the most dangerous places to live in the next decade because of Trump, because of his actions, and because of, the combined retaliation that's in store. We all know war is.
Let's be clear, this is not Trump. Trump has dementia. He's damn near like a sock puppet up there. You know, he could barely get through a speech. He is not making all of these decisions. These things are being done on a higher level, and he's just the person that's the face of it all. But he is not the one pulling the strings. We just got to finish like reading that there's a whole like group of people, the Epstein files, people like having meetings and going on some island, killing kids and all kind of crazy stuff, and also coming up with policies. Trump is just a piece of the puzzle, and he is not that big of a piece. He's like one little small piece that has nothing to do with anything. Like if he is on the puzzle, he's like a piece over here that just is a part of the sky. He is not like a integral piece of the puzzle. So the biggest mistake we do make is always focusing on Trump and making it about Trump. No, this is a bigger issue that's way bigger than Trump. Let's go.
The worst of war is the civilian casualties. They become collateral damage, unfortunately, and you just don't know where the strike is going to hit next. And I wouldn't be surprised whether it's a major US city, you know, but it's not going to be anything that we expect. And of course, the military bases that are around the world, they might be the most in proximity, but yeah, it's what's going to come is going to be like anything we've ever seen. And it's scary to think about, but this is how the world works.
Okay. I'm not a Democrat. So it's stupid that people will get on my chat and immediately assume I'm a Democrat or I'm a liberal. So you gobble up your whatever nonsense. You're gobbling up the balls of all the right wing bullshit. I don't agree with none of that. Look, you have your own guy, Nick Fuentes, that y'all was up there loving his stuff, and now he done switched over. And y'all just stay over there with y'all right wing nonsense. And meanwhile, we're going to war after war after war. And and then you want to talk about the Democrats. This is the problem. You guys make it about Democrats. It's not about Democrats. When they get rid of Democrats, then who are you going to blame? Because that's the whole objective. They're going to get rid of democracy and Democrats or whatever that is over there. And then you're going to have one party, and then who do you blame? When Democrats are gone, then who is to blame? See, right now you have a finger to point at something. But when there's nothing left and they say, you know what, no more Democratic Party, no more, then who is to blame? At some point, you have to blame human beings for being weird. This is not about white versus black, Democrat versus Republican. This is about like people, the haves and the have-nots. And the haves want to enslave and keep under their thumb the have-nots. They want to create such a divide between the rich and the poor that no one ever has a chance of getting even close to being in their class of people. They want to have a slave race of people that are just slaves. And they want to put like AI in the middle, but the AI is going to be the middle class at some point. AI will be that middle class. And everybody else will be like slave workers, you know, manual laborers. That's what we're moving towards. But you guys are too busy thinking about right versus left to see what the big picture is. Do you think freaking Epstein was thinking about Democrats versus Republicans? No, they were thinking about all control. Total war. What's that? What do they want? Put in a total war. Ain't that what was that? Metallica. What do they want? Put in the total war. What do we want?
Unfortunately, war is a nasty, unfortunate, life-ending process that's happened since the beginning of time in the Bible. Information hygiene.
Thank you.
Double check your sources and look out for AI generated
Billionaire friends.
propaganda and videos. Those will also be on the rise to help
We're
stir
all
up
peasants.
More sentiment, of course,
For
more
those
anti-American sentiment, and just spark more fear. yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Exactly. Human
And
soldiers and
in
workers and
uncertain
laborers.
times, I think mobility is leverage. This is why skills are leverage, remote income is leverage, multiple residencies and visas is leverage. In this process, in the last
And hold on, watch when they start like limiting people's travel. Because they don't want you to be able to leave this country. They want you to be able to be stuck here. Unless you have enough money to like leave here and go somewhere else, honey, you better have a dual citizenship. And hey, they're getting rid of that too. But you coming in out this country, honey, you better hang it up. They get rid of the immigrants and then they like enslave the people that are citizens. That's all it's really boiled down to. And then they get to enact whatever the hell bullshit, because there's war, right? Whenever a war happens, all gloves are off. So now there's a war. And so all the things that we thought that we were going to do, we're going to like vote for Democrats and then they're going to like take the House and they're going to like do the, honey, when there's war happening, all that stuff, there might not even be an election coming up, bro. Depending on how bad this war gets, he started right during a freaking planetary alignment when all the planets were alive. That stuff is like into like some not witchcraft but like some ritualistic nonsense. You can't tell me that they don't have like some kind of a weird god that they worship, that when they know to like actually strike during a full planetary alignment. Well, another thing is in 3 days on the 3rd, right? It's going to be a blood moon, a full moon, and a blood moon, full moon, and some other kind of moon. Posted eclipse. It's supposed to hit a lunar eclipse all in one day on March 3rd. Tell me if something wild don't happen during that day, then I know I'm lying. I know something crazy gonna happen. And that's gonna tell y'all that this is like not just about like what y'all think it is. These people have a certain like God that they worship, and they're doing sacrifices on a major, large scale to whatever deity that they believe in. And this is the deity of these rich and powerful people that they don't care about shedding human blood. They're eating kids. They're eating the dogs, eating the cats, and the kids. Okay, eat the cat, eat the kids, and the dogs. Okay, it's crazy. People don't want to eat the dogs and eat the cat. Honey, he ain't. They ate the kids. Okay, let's go.
18 months, 2 years, where I've been talking about building your escape plan. I call it your plan C or your option 3. And I held workshops 2 years ago and I was surprised. I was like, wow, people don't really get the urgency of this. And it was okay because I did help people already.
Honey, power and greed usually are backed up by spirituality, religion. They use their religion to enact their power and greed. They use that type of stuff because if you listen, you don't think that these people don't have diviners and stuff like working for them, telling them what to do and when to do it? Come on now. You're saying it has nothing to do with religion, but they were all like in this whole like group of people that was over there with Epstein, and they believed in Malak and Baal. So what are we talking about? It has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with a religion. You have a bunch of people lying, pretending like they're Jewish and from Israel and all this other crazy stuff, but they're really on some other stuff, like thinking about some other things and merging that in. A lot of people that went into Israel back in those days were atheists, but then they like took on Judaism. Do you know about that? So even though they might not really believe in what they're like lying about what they believe in, it is about religion. Even if it's a lie of religion and belief in spirituality. Let's go.
But I was surprised at the lack of seriousness that people saw in some of my words. But building optionality is never about aesthetics. It's about sovereignty and actual safety, because having a U.S.
It's a man in high castle. I can tell when you're over here. with your fake accounts over here, pretending like you're somebody else. Kenneth J6X. Whenever I see all that dash blah blah blah, I know that is like a troll account and someone else is typing up this fake bullshit. Listen, why are you stalking me, bro? You ain't got nothing else to do. You can't even spell psycho correct. PHSCYO. Babble. Honey, you need to like go and look up and get a thesaurus and learn how to spell correctly. They're definitely not hiding their Satanist practices anymore. Thank you. Exactly. Well, honey, they're eating kids. They're not eating dogs and cats. They're eating kids. So there you go. Good and evil. Thank you very much. Spiritual warfare. Exactly. It's religious hypocrisy. Whatever it is, it's insane. And I'm like here to talk about it. Let's go.
Passport is no longer, it's not going to mean anything pretty soon. It's almost going to be like when you look at the combined sentiment of the US and America, and it just, we're about to be one of the most, if not the most hated country in the world. And you can never really escape American politics as an American. The world is interconnected, and American foreign policy affects Americans everywhere. So the goal with all of this is not just to escape America. It's strategic positioning, it's safety, it's options, and it's remembering that, man, this life, we are here for but a blip of time. It is so transient. We control nothing, but the options are out there. And for those that are truly looking to build an escape plan, I've been running these Passport to Peace workshops now for months. And I mean, I've already helped almost 12 people move to Thailand in the last 3 months. It's really, it's unfortunate to have to force yourself to act before you're ready. But the reality is you can choose the change before the change chooses you, and you are forced as a reflex to do something that you don't want to. So as the old adage says, the best time was yesterday, the next best time is today. So whatever that looks like for you, please do your research, look at what's available, look at what's out there, because this illusion of safety that you might have been sold, America being the best country in the world, propaganda. I saw right through it 15 years ago when I started traveling. Haven't looked back since. I'm grateful for the passport privilege, but I'm even more grateful that I can use that privilege to permanently leave. I have no desire to ever live in the US ever again. And I'm so grateful that a kingdom like Thailand exists. And yeah, y'all, look at your options. If you don't know, my name is Glow, and I make videos every single day, even coming from church and hopping on to share some somber news. But you can check out some of the resources in the video description. I'll also have a link at the end of this video. Thank you so much for being here. You deserve what you desire.
So her name is Glow, and her channel, if you don't know, it's called Glow Antanmo. And she talks about repatriating, moving to different countries. Do not just be stuck in America. You can like go other places. You don't have to be stuck here. When all this BS is going on, we're hated around all over the place. Don't wait for all the shoes to drop, because it might get really wild out here. You know. Let's finish up with Nick Fuentes gonna say. He was up there wilding out, talking mess too. So let's hear what he was going in. Let's hear what he had to say.
Paramount. And that purchase was underwritten by his father, Larry. So they formed this conglomerate, Skydance Paramount. And with that, they got CBS, CBS News, the Paramount Studio, Paramount Plus, the streaming service, among other things. So now they're cooking. Now they got a little media conglomerate. This deal was finalized in August. You might remember when they gained control of CBS News, They bought out Barry Weiss from the Free Press for $150 million. And then they made her the editor-in-chief of CBS News, where they started to change their coverage of the Israel-Gaza war.
He's talking about how like they're manipulating the media, but he just says safer in America than anywhere else. Have you been anywhere else, son? Have you been in any other country other than the United States? A lot of times people just be saying stuff and have not been nowhere. You ain't been nowhere, so I can guarantee you haven't been nowhere. You just saying stuff, safer in America than anywhere else, and ain't been past his backyard. Stop being ridiculous. I've been to other countries, and let me tell you something. Some of the places are very safe. Very safe. Don't be ridiculous. Okay?
And of the Middle East in general. Barry Weiss also brought on a new news anchor, Tony Dokapil, who is a pro-Israel, who is involved in a controversy with Ta-Nehisi Coates in 2024. That was the move that happened last year in 2025. Then they launched a bid to acquire Warner Brothers. They wanted their media conglomerate to be even bigger. They said, if we want to compete with Amazon, Netflix, Apple, Disney, it's not enough to just have Paramount. Paramount is peanuts. They said, we need Warner Brothers. So they submitted a huge offer to acquire Warner Brothers Studios, Discovery Channel, HBO, HBO Max, CNN, TNT, TBS, all these properties under the Warner Brothers conglomerate. Skydance Paramount made a huge offer for it. Warner Brothers, receiving the offer, then opened up the bidding process, and they started accepting bids from other companies. Netflix came in with the better deal, and the board of Warner Brothers approved the deal. This happened in December. And so since...
How do I know it hasn't been anywhere? Because to say that this is the safest place ever, and you haven't been nowhere. Honey, I've been in countries that they don't even have, the police don't even, Holland, okay? Belgium. Honey, those places are way safer than the United States. Are you kidding me? A lot of these European countries are way safer. Their police don't even have guns in certain places in Europe. Stop it. Come on.
December, Netflix was going forward to acquire Warner Brothers, and Skydance Paramount was out of luck. That is until the DOJ, the Department of Justice, under Pam Bondi, began to scrutinize this acquisition. And they started to say, maybe Netflix is engaging in anti-competitive practices. And maybe Netflix is going to be too big if it has HBO Max and Warner Brothers. And so there was this idea that maybe the deal might not be approved by regulators, ultimately, that are controlled by the Trump administration. Skydance Paramount, the Ellisons, were not to be deterred. So they came back with an offer that Warner Brothers couldn't refuse. And last...
Sir, have you been to Belgium? Have you been to Holland? They are definitely, Switzerland. They're definitely more safer than the United States. Travel, get on a plane, get a passport, and just go some other places and you will see. Way safer. There's certain places, I know when I was in Belgium, honey, they don't even lock their doors. They don't even lock their doors in the neighborhood that they live in. So cut it out.
Last week, they offered a vastly superior offer, much more money, and Warner Brothers is now taking the deal. They literally could not accept the deal because it's too much money. And so now you're going to have Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Skydance. This is in addition to, and I mentioned this at the top of the show, Larry Ellison's acquisition of TikTok. You might remember that back in 2024, the U.S. Congress banned TikTok from the United States unless its parent company, ByteDance, sold the American side of the business to an American company. And under Biden, in his last year in office, no such deal was able to happen. That is until Trump came into office, and Trump brokered the sale of TikTok's U.S. business to a newly created U.S. entity. He did that last year.
Belgium has been taken over by who? You don't know what you're talking about. Have you been to Belgium? What are you talking about? What are you saying? These foreigners have ruined these countries. Okay. Well, I've been to Belgium. I've been to Holland. And from what I saw when I was in those countries, they were very safe. Certain aspects of Japan and different. I mean, America is not the only safe country. That's what I'm getting at. Stop being stupid. America is a continent. Okay, North America is a continent, and you know what? There are probably some safe places in America. But I'm trying to tell you is that same thing with Europe. Everything is not just like everybody else is just so unsafe, and America is the safest place to live in the world. Let's stop being delusional, okay?
Under the terms of that deal, Larry Ellison's company Oracle will receive
So have I,
alone
sir. So have I.
TikTok's proprietary algorithm, and they will be able to modify it for U.S. TikTok users. What's more, Oracle already controls all of TikTok users' data in America, and Oracle will become one of the largest shareholders in the newly created U.S. TikTok entity.
Like, bro, this is insane, right? And then you still have some people who actually say that it is a conspiracy theory that if you say that some powerful people own the media, bro, here's your evidence. Like, do I need to say anything more? This is ridiculous, right? And for this reason, again, I can repeat myself over and over again. You should be really careful. I mean, like, who am I to tell you this? Always decide this for yourself, of course. But you should be really careful if you like listen to or just watch the mainstream media, even if you like watch or if you're on TikTok. Like, let this be another example. What is going on, guys? Like, do you not understand that some of these mainstream medias or like these social medias, they're trying to like influence your opinions? They're like trying to like influence your brain a little bit. I hope you get the point, but they're just, I wouldn't call it like manipulation, but it is almost like similar, because they can show you the things what they want you to show, and they can hide the things what they maybe don't want you to see. Excuse me for my English, but I hope you get the point. This is very important, because I don't have to explain you how powerful TikTok is now. Especially younger people among us, they're using TikTok. You can literally like program them already since they are young with showing them things what you want them to see. Do you get the point? And this is very concerning to me. Also, not many people that talk about this. But do you know how concerning this is? That dude, you own all these very powerful mainstream media or media outlets. Why? Why? I think we all know why. But insane, right? Insane. Larry Ellison. Never forget that name, guys.
This woman is delusional, rolling their eyes, but you're still watching, aren't you? You're watching my delusional ass. Y'all are more worried about Europe opening up its borders to the descendants of the old Ottoman Empire, who were the enemies of Europe. Well, over here in America, Medicare was sold to a fucking software company, Oracle. And you're saying that we're safer in America than we are overseas, when everything that we know of, all of our, everything from even our healthcare is being taken over by major corporations. Let's go.
In this video, Israel has just struck Iran, and the United States is almost certainly right behind them. But I need you to focus, okay? Because today, the same day that those missiles hit, Oracle has quietly announced that the US government has just authorized it to run generative AI on federal government data. Your data and my data. The contract is titled FedRAMP High with a DISA impact level of 5. That means that Oracle can now run artificial intelligence, meaning pattern recognition, automated analysis, and decision-making tools on the Department of Defense mission data, on classified intelligence systems, and on your Medicare record. And you'll never guess the AI model that they're using to run across all of these records. Grok. Elon Musk's XAI on top secret government data on your healthcare records, all through Oracle. And that announcement went up on Oracle's blog the same day that every newsroom in America was pointed at Tehran. Now,
Oh, oops! I thought that Elon Musk wasn't doing anything with the government no more. I thought that him and Trump had gotten into it. Oh, you know what? All they did was fake an argument. Say, listen, you know what I'm saying? This is getting too out of hand. People are like questioning what's going on. Just lay low, and we're gonna hand you all the information that you already need to like set AI up to like take over everything.
Well, I don't want to tell you what to think about all of that, but I will tell you this. The last time we went to war with the Middle East, Larry Ellison used all of the chaos to lock down the UK's entire government data infrastructure. And I went over all of that in another video, which I highly recommend you watch after this, because the British are still fighting these surveillance apparatuses and digital IDs that came out of it to this day. And he's doing it again, except this time he's after us. Before you write this off as Israel's idea and is dragging the US into it, remember who funds Netanyahu's entire military. Larry Ellison does. Remember who controls Israel's entire war data infrastructure. Larry Ellison. And Larry Ellison is in the middle of closing a lot of deals right now, and Congress is about to be too busy with a war to stop any of this. So we have to stay focused, because I don't know about you, but I'm not about to.
The contracts might have been made before Trump got into office, but honey, they got closed during this war. While this is going on, excuse me, this is what's happening behind the scenes. So it don't matter whether they signed this before, whatever they're executing it right now. Everyone wants to like just protect their little Donald Trump. They want to protect him. That wasn't Trump that did that happen. Well, honey, it's happening. The closure of it all, they all work in cahoots. You think Democrats and Republicans aren't working together? You are sadly mistaken. Behind the scenes, when they were having those Epstein parties, it was Democrats and Republicans, people in power, and they was both doing wild stuff. It didn't matter about what your political party is. They take on a political party just to appease the public. You guys are so fucking stupid that you really think that political parties matter. It doesn't matter. You guys want to be a part of the Bloods and the Crips. I'm a Blood. Well, I'm a Crip. You know what I'm saying? Or them damn Crips. You know, two birds the same damn two sides of the same damn bird. And y'all think if on either side that one is better than the other, and it's all the same bullshit. When you get underneath the surface of all this stuff, it's the same bird. Y'all need to wake up. Because when they have their little parties, they're Democrats and Republicans, people in power. Half the people that's in power don't even take on a political party. The ones that's really executing this stuff don't even believe in political parties. They're independent. But you guys are so stuck. You know what? Democrat and Republican are for poor people and dumb, poor people. People that have money don't care about no political party. They just put their money in a place that's going to benefit them, whatever the cost is. And they'll give their money to a Democrat or Republican, depending on who's in power, to get whatever they're trying to do passed. They don't give a fuck about no Democrat or Republican. They make you seem like you have a choice. You ain't had no damn choice. But you guys are sit up here and you guys will be just booty clapping like they said on my channel all the time. Booty clapping. Oh, I'm a Democrat. I'm a Republican. No one gives a fuck about all that. No one cares. Anybody in power does not care about that. Trump is not a real Republican or Democrat. Honey, one minute he was a Democrat, next minute he was a Republican. But Trump don't care about it. He's whatever it takes to get what it takes to get done. And y'all will sit there and be like, you the Republican, the Democrat. You sound stupid. That's why you're poor and they're rich, because you don't even have a mind big enough to even think past just the basics of X versus Y and how they're able to use you to fight amongst each other. The Democrats, all I hear is the Democrats, the Democrats. Honey, the people in power are not Democrats or Republican. They don't give a fuck about Republican or Democrat. You think Elon Musk is a fucking Republican or a Democrat? He is whatever it takes to get whatever law passed so he can get his government money to run his company. He don't give a fuck who's in power. Whatever it takes, whoever's going to back his whatever he's trying to do. These people don't give a fuck about no damn Democrat. It's people on the low end, the poor people, that really think that there's a difference. Y'all need to elevate your mind, bro. Stop thinking about Democrat versus Republican. Start thinking about how these rich people and what they think about. Because you know what? They don't even think it's bad to eat kids. Let alone Democrat versus Republican. They have a whole, think about that. They are thinking on a whole level that's on some stuff that we can't even fathom. Human life means nothing to them. You understand? Do you understand how to have so much money that human life is just a matter of like, it's just a nothing burger? That you can kill tens of thousands of people and not care anything about that, as long as your company becomes the powerfulest company in the world and you become more powerful owning that company. Do you understand that at that level, Democrat and Republican don't matter? As long as I can like just exact enough power to like get my company to where it needs to be, to where it's the most powerful, it doesn't matter what political party you belong to. That's the illusion, and you guys are just caught up in it. I think I'm talking to a bunch of NPCs. That's why I don't even listen to the chat, because half of y'all are just like bots, like, and you're even on real life. I bet you just walk around in circles, just around your block, and you know, unless somebody says something to you, you just keep walking around the same block over and over again. Don't have no aim of anything beyond just doing whatever, like, you know, pattern you're just used to be doing all the time, you know? Democrats and Republicans, that's all you saying. Democrats, and you're just like a character on a fucking video game that just walks around the block and just stops every once in a while to talk about the Democrats. If someone walks up to you, well, the Democrats
live in some Orwellian surveillance future without putting up a fight first. This week, David Ellison's Paramount Pictures reached a deal to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, and we need to talk about Oracle's role in all of this. This is a roughly $111 billion merger, and it's the largest media merger in American history. Also this week, Oracle won a landmark contract from the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services to host Medicare and Medicaid chip and ACA marketplace data for more than 150 million Americans. And a few days before that, Oracle picked up an $88 million task order for the Air Force cloud operations on top of the top secret clearance it already holds for all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies. So in the span of a week and a half, your Medicare data, Air Force operations, and the largest media company ever assembled now has AI authorization to process.
Honey, if you had some money, you wouldn't be on my little small ass channel. I know you must be poor because you're on my small little channel. Talking about who's poor. Honey, you are. You ain't got no money. You ain't got no billions of dollars on my channel. Talk about who's poor, laughing. Okay. You ain't got no real money. No billions. People with billions are not on chat rooms on YouTube. Come on. They probably have some billionaire chat room where they're all talking to each other, sharing pictures of like kids that they like ate up and beat up and you know, all kind of crazy stuff, whatever the heck kind of weird things they get off on. They're not on YouTube talking to us low hanging fruit. They probably do. If they do, it's probably to like a joke. Come on now. You think a billionaire is gonna be on YouTube talking to people like me? Come on now. You are poor. Compared to billionaires, you are like bottom of the barrel. Come on, let's go.
That's all of it, and it all landed on the same company's infrastructure controlled by the same family. Oh, and now we have a big old war in Iran to distract us from the fact that they're migrating all of this data over and going to train these AI models on it, and then it'll be too late by the time we notice. I'm Dre, and this is the Dre Dossier, and I'm tired. Quite frankly, I'm exhausted. If you've been following my coverage of the Warner Brothers situation
Honey, if you
with
ain't
Netflix
got
and
billions, you really ain't
Paramount, then
rich.
this is the next layer to
Stop
that.
it.
I've covered Oracle on this channel plenty before, along with Larry Ellison, through Stargate and AI warfare, through federal infrastructure stories. But I have to be honest, when it comes to this Paramount Pictures acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery, I think I completely overlooked the data element of this because, oh my God, that is a huge part of this. I was so deep on the media acquisition side of this and the effects that this is going to have on journalism and CNN that I didn't even register this the way that I think I probably should have at the beginning, because I was reading through different reports from analysts on this acquisition, and there was one that reframed the entire thing for me. And while everybody's making the media monopoly case about this, which is a case I've made myself, I think the more consequential angle here is the data acquisition angle. And we need to get very real very quickly about what it means to have Oracle sitting beneath.
Okay, so do you think a person with $500 million will be on my channel talking about some, I'm rich? No, they're not gonna be on my channel, sir. They're not gonna be over here commenting in the comments of my 60,000 subscriber little channel. So ain't nobody up in my channel that's got no $500 million. Are you fucking kidding me? Stop it. Come on. You're arguing with something that has nothing to do with anything. Stop it. Let's go.
Beneath American media, American healthcare, American defense infrastructure, all simultaneously. And what Larry Ellison has already shown you what he wants to do with that kind of position. And because I'm getting tired of just talking about a lot of problems without a lot of solutions, I've written a full report on this, a policy brief with over 45 citations that I'm going to be sending to Congress. And we're going to get more into that at the end.
I'm not saying that they're bums. I'm saying to those billionaires, they're nothing. To people that's got billions, you are nobody. I don't care if you're a millionaire. The fuck? Do you think that you matter to a person that's a billionaire? You could have $1 million, you could have $100 million. It don't matter. You know what you are is fodder. You know what I'm saying? People that got like a little hundred. That's what happened to P. Diddy, right? He fooling around with billionaires and hanging out with them and being their little lapdog. And the moment they decided to pull the plug on his ass, now he's in prison. He did all that bullshit he did, you know what I'm saying, to become a billionaire. Old money versus new money, sir. Ma'am. Even if you do become a billionaire, honey, there's people that got that their families are billionaires. They got old money that passed down generations. What you look like coming to them, and they got money that's old that came from their great grandparents, passed down for generations. You think that you somebody, honey, the moment you say you got some money or whatever, they're gonna look at you and be like, well, honey, we are the Johnson and Johnson family. We are the whatever family. We are the Ford family. Like, what? Hilton family. There are people out here that have money over money over money, and their family been making money over money over money for years, hundreds of years, sometimes even thousands of years, and you think that because you made a couple $1 million, you're rich, and you don't have no idea that shit ain't nothing compared to people that have real generational wealth. You ain't got shit. You just have a couple whatever. Man, you know what? The government can like take that, crash the dollar, and everything that you have is meaningless. It means nothing. It's worth nothing. They can crash the whole economy, and every dollar you have is worth zero. That's the power I'm talking about. You think you got something, you ain't got shit.
That's going to be linked on my Substack, the Dre Dossier, along with being linked in the description below so that you guys can see and follow along if you'd like with what we're about to discuss. So Oracle is not a company that many people think about in their day-to-day lives. You know, it doesn't make something that you as an individual can buy. Oracle is an enterprise cloud company, and it builds and operates the underlying systems that institutions run on. It's what this freaking war is running on. So that's anything from databases to cloud storage to software infrastructure. So if you've ever logged into a corporate HR system at some large organization and ever wondered who built this thing, which I don't know why any sane person would have that thought, but there's a reasonable chance that Oracle built it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Also, a little detail that matters is that Oracle's first customer was the CIA. And I go into all of
Honey, I'm not arguing, making anything up. I'm entertaining my crowd, my audience. You are a part of my audience, ma'am. So I'm entertaining you right now. Heather, Legacy 2731. What, am I drunk? No, I'm not drunk. But you just like attention. You want someone to talk to. So I'm talking to you because you're probably lonely today. You don't have anything else to do but sitting here and you just want someone to talk to. You just need someone to talk to and pay you attention. Okay? Exactly. Billionaires are not on fucking YouTube, but she think that she's special. I got money. I'm rich. Okay. You're not a billionaire though. I think you need attention. Okay. Well, you're here in my comments rambling about what I think you need. You typing up shit. It's 2:19 in the morning. I'm making money. Well, I'm here talking to you. I'm generating money on YouTube. Okay? Okay? What are you doing? You are typing to me while I'm over here making money. About, I think you need to. Yeah, I do need attention. I need as many people to listen, hit the like and subscribe. Okay. Yes, I need attention. I need you guys to hit like and subscribe. Hey, hit the super chat if you can. Okay. You're at my job. I can ramble if I want to. This is my channel. Shut up. You're in timeout now. You see that's how power works. When you don't want to hear some shit from some stupid ass person that's running their mouth, you just hit time, put them in timeout, and then all their comments go away, and now they have to be quiet. Welcome to what power really is, Ooh, and that's what billionaires will do. You know what I'm saying? If a billionaire was running that shit in this world, they will just cut your ass off and be done. They trying to make everything about what they want it to be. They're creating mergers and the monopolies and all type of crazy stuff. It's crazy. Let's go.
of that in depth in another video, which I recommend you checking out. But the TLDR is that the company literally got its name from the CIA database project from 1977, just to give you an idea of where we're starting here. And what Larry Ellison has done when he's been in that position, when he has the chance with all of that power, is the reason that this new merger with Paramount Pictures and Warner Brothers Discovery should scare you. Because between 2014 and 2024, Oracle had quietly assembled one of the most powerful data collection operations in the entire world. And this was all done through a very clever series of acquisitions that most people have never heard of, and each one did something very specific. So first, he bought Blue Kai, and Blue Kai embedded invisible tracking pixels on websites, and one by one, a pixel with a transparent image that you could not see would appear on your screen when you entered certain websites. So when you loaded one of those pages and one of those pixels had popped up, your browser would ping Blue Kai's servers, and it would transmit your IP address, your device information, your browser type, all of that, and set it with a tracking cookie that you could not delete. And Blue Kai was on websites like Amazon, ESPN, Forbes, the New York Times, MSN, and it was estimated to be tracking over 1% of all web traffic in the world. Then Oracle bought Datalogics. Datalogics connected what Blue Kai was collecting about your...
Are you guys here? Are you guys listening to this? Just all this tracking and stuff from Oracle.
online behavior with what you did offline. So your in-store purchases, your loyalty cards, any of your credit card transactions, all of that. So now Oracle was starting to build this chain where it knew not just what websites you visited, but it knew what you bought afterward, where you went afterward, who you saw afterward. And then Oracle acquired the company Add This. You've probably seen Add This without even knowing it. It's those little share this on Facebook, tweet this buttons that are basically on every website everywhere. And Add This was on over 15 million websites, reaching 1.9 billion unique users a month. And even if you never clicked on a single button, you never tweeted anything, you never shared this to Facebook, Add This was still collecting your data just from you loading the page. And we know this because in 2014, ProPublica exposed Add This for using something called canvas fingerprinting. So basically, whenever you pulled up one of those websites that had one of those little buttons, your browser would be instructed to draw a hidden image completely invisible to you. And because every computer would render that image slightly differently just based off of your hardware, your graphics card, and even your fonts, it created a unique fingerprint for your specific device. And
Are you fucking listening to this? This is crazy. What?
ProPublica even said that it was virtually impossible to block. And it was found on everything from the White House website to adult pleasuring websites in the same sweep. And what Oracle did was merge all three into the Oracle Data Cloud. And that combined system built what the industry calls an identity graph, which is a profile that connects a real person to their behavior across every device, every website, every purchase. And the federal lawsuit that eventually brought all of this to light called them the Oracle Digital Dossiers. And Larry Ellison even stood up at Oracle's own investors conference in 2016 and told the entire room that Oracle's data business had information on over 5 billion consumers worldwide. For a little context, there's 8 billion people on the planet, and he was tracking 5 billion of them. Now, Oracle later disputed the characterization, but the $115 million settlement suggests that the underlying operation was real enough for a federal court to take seriously. Consider this my digital dossier on him. Yeah, that's right, two can play at that game. Oracle built the Oracle Data Marketplace in 2016, which was a store where advertisers could basically say, I want to reach women who are aged 25 to 35, who recently searched for SUVs and have a household income of around $100,000. And then Oracle could find those exact people thanks to the digital dossiers he had built. And the reason he kept acquiring all of those companies is because he realized that the value was not in any single one of them, but rather in the combination of all of them. Knowing what websites you visit and for how long is interesting, sure, but knowing that plus what you buy in stores, plus what prescriptions you fill, plus your income, plus where you physically go during the day, plus what you eat for dinner, all of that is worth some real money for someone who's trying to sell you something. And for years, it worked. It was a multi-billion-dollar operation until a class action lawsuit accused Oracle of building surveillance profiles without consent. And
Minority Report much? Minority Report much? This is Minority Report.
Oracle had to pay out $115 million to settle it. And the legal wall started closing in for Larry Ellison and Oracle from every direction. And in 2024, Oracle shut the advertising business down entirely. Well, almost entirely. I guess tracking people across the internet without their knowledge became legally unsustainable. Who would have thought? But remember, there's a whole other buyer for this kind of data.
The
and they
government.
have deeper pockets, fewer regulations, and a growing appetite. That's right, governments. Larry Ellison has always been in the business of selling access to people to the highest bidder. And the second version, which is the version he's always wanted most anyway.
Listen, all of these companies work with the government. Google, Facebook, Oracle, all these companies, please understand this. The internet is based on military technology. So everything is going to be traced. Everything will be tracked. Let's not let's not play. Let's go.
Is the surveillance infrastructure sold to the most powerful institutions on earth. That marketplace doesn't face the same kind of regulatory pushback that killed the ad business because it is the regulatory system. That's why there's this video of Tony Blair and Larry Ellison in Dubai in 2025 standing on a stage in front of a room full of heads of states pitching this.
As a rule, there'll be a handful of these models. Question is, how do you take advantage of these incredible AI models? And the first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model. If you want to improve population health, you have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data, your electronic health records, your genomic data. And in the Middle East, in the UAE, for example, they're incredibly rich in data. They have a lot of population data. The NHS in the UK has an incredible amount of population data, but it's fragmented. It's not easily accessible by these AI models. We have to take all of this data we have in our country and move it into a single, if you will, unified data platform.
And the infrastructure play serves both of these markets.
Why in the hell do they need to do that? Why do they need to take all data and put it into a unified platform all across the whole globe? Why? That is what? So you're in one database and everybody's information across the whole entire globe is in one database that has all the data about you, your health and health information, everything like this. For what? Like, and you should, and the dude was shaking his head like, yep, mm-hmm. The white dude over here, look at this guy. He's like, yep, I agree. Yep, mm-hmm. Honey, he have to listen to this dude talking about like, and you got like people with the sheiks and all these rich people in this like conversation, and they have to listen to this bullshit. And you talking about you rich. If you wasn't over here in this room when they were talking about this shit, you ain't got no money. If you wasn't here when Oracle was talking about this, honey, you ain't got no money. Oh, I'm rich. I got no. You ain't got no money unless you having like you over here where they having these old weird ass conversations about how we put everything into one database. You ain't got no money. You ain't invited to the party, ma'am.
So it can be consumed and used by the AI model. If you want to improve population health, you have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data, your electronic health records, your genomic data. And in the Middle East, in the UAE, for example, they're incredibly rich in data. They have a lot of population data. The NHS.
See how they, you know what? Listen, they are minimalizing human beings into just data. Do you hear what they're doing? Is like we're just a data point, data sets. The things we do, everything that we take part in, we're just a number in a freaking database table. And what we do is then broke it down into columns and fucking rows and tabs. You know, we are nothing more than a data set, a number in a database. And they're trying to get everybody else to make sure they put their information into the database too.
Incredible amount of population data, but it's fragmented. It's not easily accessible by these AI models. We have to take all of this data we have in our country and move it into a single, if you will, unified data platform.
And the infrastructure play serves both of these markets at the same time because everything flows through you as a...
No, they don't have to listen to us. They get AI to listen to us, and then they take this data, put it into a database, and say, okay, well, this person said this, that person said that. Well, this person, her profile is this, and that person, his profile is that. He's on Medicaid. He about to have a heart attack sometime soon, based on what the data numbers are. We need to like start sending him more videos about like freaking heart monitors and promote like whatever to him. All this shit is it's like Minority Report on crack, okay?
matter of routine operations. You don't need invisible pixels or canvas fingerprints anymore. The digital dossiers were the proof of concept. The infrastructure is the execution. Okay, so here's what Oracle currently sits beneath. Larry Ellison recently purchased TikTok through a consortium board, and Oracle is the designated technology partner that sits beneath TikTok's U.S. operations, which has 170 million Americans using it. It's also worth noting that Oracle has had to retrain the recommendation algorithm from scratch, meaning that it has...
So TikTok, right? The whole to do about TikTok was about the data. We can't allow China to have all that data. No, we need to have an American company and the government to get involved with TikTok so that we can control it rather than China being able to have all that data on American citizens. And then we can also censor them and make sure they can't talk shit about the American government and woo. Like let's get real. You can't have no foreign company over here with a platform that has all this data, all this information.
to actively audit all of the outputs, review the source code, and then use that to then train the algorithm further. And it does that for each individual user, mind you. So it watches what you say, what you stop at, what you click on, what you linger on. Like, it can tell if there is a piece of lint on your phone screen. So effectively, Oracle and Ellison are the partial owners and operating partners of the most powerful content recommendation system that has ever been built for an American audience. And as it turns out, Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount Pictures aren't the only media companies that Oracle sits underneath. Sinclair Broadcast Group, which is roughly 185 local television stations reaching about 40% of American households, also has Oracle sitting underneath it. So if you live in Nashville, Seattle, or Baltimore, your local news is probably Sinclair. And Sinclair's own vice president and treasurer confirmed on camera that Sinclair runs the entire financial system, supply chain, and payroll on Oracle Cloud. Yeah, apparently before Paramount, before Warner Brothers, Oracle was already running the back office of 40% of America's local news. Oracle also manages electronic health records for over 9 million veterans and active duty service members. And I went digging around the SAM.gov database tonight, and what do you know? I found out that as of 2 weeks ago, Oracle won that CMS contract, which is Medicare and Medicaid for more than 150 million Americans. Now, the person Oracle hired to lead its health division is Seema Verma, who previously ran CMS itself from 2017 to 2021. And the HHS Inspector General investigated her tenure and found that she mishandled millions of contracts. In 2022, Congress passed the Preventing Organizational Conflicts of Interests in Federal Acquisitions Act, which was designed specifically for situations where former officials would end up on the other side of the contracting table. And I can't seem to find any public record that indicates that anyone has checked whether that law applies here. So Congress, Oracle also holds top secret clearance across all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies and the Department of Defense, or Department of War if you're a weenie. And it works alongside Palantir in that federal data
That is too much
ecosystem, which if you
power.
followed any of my AI warfare.
Come on. You talking about I'm rich? No, honey. The people that run this is rich. And they have all your information, and they work with the government, and they keep getting more money from the government to continue to be more richer and richer through government contracts, getting all of your data. Honey, they know when you're going to get up and take a poop tonight, all right? They know when you're going to take a piss. This is the level of richness and power I'm talking about. These people want to know everything about you. They want to know when you blink your eyes. He blinks his eyes about 2 times a second, according to the camera on the laptop. According to his phone, when he's looking at his phone, he blinks his eyes about two times a second, every 2 minutes, whatever the hell it is. Honey, they want to know when you breathe in and out. They want to know when you sneeze. Honey, they want to know everything. Well, according to the readings on the phone, he sneezed. He might be coming down with a common cold. Send him some advertisements on Tylenol. Whatever the hell they're trying to do. The shit's crazy when you actually think about someone that wants to know everything about every human being on the earth. And just to a pin's needle of information, everything about every single human being. This is like some 1984 on steroids, guys. You thought 1984 was talking about something? Honey, this is on a whole nother level. Y'all go read the book 1984.
Acquisitions Act, which was designed specifically for situations where former officials would end up on the other side of the contracting table. And I can't seem to find any public record that indicates that anyone has checked whether that law applies here. So Congress, Oracle also holds top secret clearance across all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies and the Department of Defense, or Department of War if you're a weenie. And it works alongside Palantir in that federal data ecosystem, which if you followed any of my AI warfare coverage, then you would know that that's very significant. And the timing of all of this with the strikes in Tehran is very interesting, considering that this week, Anthropic, the company behind Claude, is in a public dispute with the Pentagon over whether its AI tools can be used to mass surveil American citizens. Anthropic said no, and the Pentagon pushed back, and everybody started boycotting ChatGPT. And now I guess OpenAI is kind of in this like, oh no, we don't do that either, wink, wink. And when you think about the fact that Anthropic has those 2 guardrails, no matter how thin they might be, and the fact that Oracle has no equivalent guardrail on record at all, you have to wonder what Ellison is really going to do with all of this data. And Anthropic's refusal came down yesterday, and the strikes in Iran came down today. And Oracle's AI authorization, the one that lets them run generative AI on all of our government data, also went went live today. Oracle is also a founding partner in Stargate LLC, the $500 billion AI joint venture that is with OpenAI and SoftBank, the Japanese bank. But
you know what's so weird about this whole AI thing is, do you know that it takes all this fresh water to run? Honey, they don't care about whether we can drink our water or not, bro. Whether we can even have water to drink. They want to push this AI so goddamn hard. They don't care if people get dehydrated from zero water and get poisoned. All these weird ass bugs are coming out from the water. I saw some of the water in certain areas is causing these flesh eating viruses and stuff. Florida had their water system is through. I think Detroit's water system's going down, and they used to have some of the freshest water. Lake Michigan was a fresh water. Do you understand? They are trying. They don't even care if we can even drink any water. I don't know whether these billionaires are reptiles and they don't need to drink water or not. Are they reptilians? You don't need water. You don't need to drink water, billionaire guy. That you're just willing to just forego all humanity for AI. Aren't you going to need to drink water at some point? So you want to just open up all these goddamn AI plants and they all need water to survive. Aren't you going to need water? Honey, you need water if you need food. You can go a few days without eating food, but water is essential. The shit is fucking weird to me. I'm like, dude, don't they need to drink water? Or do they just peel their fucking suit off, their human suit off, and just crawl into the salt water of the ocean and they're rehydrated? I don't understand. Why are they bringing up a technology that needs all of these resources of water so goddamn hard that they are willing to let everybody die? Is there a water source that we're unaware of? Oh yeah, Antarctica, that no one's allowed to go to. Except if you got some money. Because the only thing I can think of is they're probably going and getting their water from Antarctica while everybody else just fucking dehydrates and dies. I'm still trying to figure out, why is AI more important than drinking water? What the hell?
Oracle is building the physical backbone there, and the first data center is already operational in Abilene, Texas. Oracle is also supporting CBS News, Paramount Plus, MTV, Nickelodeon, and has already been migrating all of that data over to Oracle Cloud for the past year. Now add on HBO, Max, CNN, Warner Brothers Pictures on top of all of that. Now, does hosting all of this data mean that Oracle can just read your Medicare file while you're watching HBO? No. Well, allegedly. Oracle's federal cloud environments, according to the company, are physically separated from the commercial ones, and that's just a technical fact. But here's what that separation does not cover. The same company, the same executives, the same AI teams, the same data science capabilities work on both sides. And while that might sound benign, Larry Ellison has told you on stage to investors exactly what he wants to do with all of that data that Oracle hosts. In fact, at AI World in October of 2025, Ellison laid out Oracle's next phase.
And we'll attach that model, the model.
But you know what? It's crazy. All these people are old as fuck. He trying to be cool. He got his hair feathered to the back, but honey, he old as hell. He probably was in the Epstein files, I bet you. But all these people that's talking about all this stuff, whatever, they old as hell. He tried to color his hair, red, but honey, that shit's gray. If he didn't color that shit, his whole head would be gray. You know what I'm saying? He colored it red because that's the best catcher of the gray hair. He probably colored it brown, but then the gray made it red. You know what I'm saying? Because his hair is gray, and you put the brown on top of it, and then it comes out red. But this guy is up here talking about all this shit. I'm like, I was same thing with Trump. Trump is doing all this stuff and suing the IRS. I'm like, bro, who is going to benefit from it? Her son, Trump, you are 80 years old, sir. Why do you need to do all this? These people are old as hell, bro. He got to be at least 60, 70 years old. What are you doing? Why are you doing all this for? For your kids, your kids. Honey, they need to drink water too at some point. Don't your kids need to drink water? Don't they need to drink water? And you're building all this AI shit, and don't your kids need water, bro? Unless they're all reptiles or something. I think even reptiles need water. Like, what kind of being does not need water? Why would you create a technology that runs off of fresh water and then try to put it all over the whole country and just gobble up all the resources of water? I am dumbfounded on why. And they're having these like conferences and they're just sitting up there with their legs crossed, like they're talking about some shit. And all they talk about is depleting the natural resources for data, for the sense of data. Data is more important than natural resources, guys. Water. I hope someone comes up with an invention that could convert salt water into drinkable water at some point. We need to like have anybody that has any inventive ability. We need like a machine that's able to take the salt water and convert it into drinking water. Because when they get done, we will not have any drinking water. At all. At fucking all.
Model of your choice to not only the public data, the model's already connected to the public data. That's done. But we give you the ability to add your private data to the model's library of information and knowledge. So the model can reason across not just public data, but also private data, while keeping your private data private, not sharing it with anybody else.
Yeah, so it sounds like the big opportunity is letting AI reason on private data.
I made my hair turn blonde by taking a shower in Fort Lauderdale. That's how bad the water is, guys. Listen, they are taking all of our water with this AI shit. Listen, whatever he said about whatever the fuck what he talking about. He up there with his legs crossed. Meanwhile, all of the natural resources are being depleted, and he's sitting there comfortable because he probably got water wherever he probably getting his water from the center of the earth or whatever in his little mansion. He ain't got to worry about his water getting depleted because he over there somewhere living it up. Got like water from probably like I don't even know, from like that blue water from the middle of the earth, and it's probably like coming and pumping it through his house. Meanwhile, everybody else is up here like, damn, my water's brown and green and orange. Because we got that new AI plant that just opened up next to me. In Detroit, they're already talking about how their water is jacked up. Detroit used to have some of the freshest water, bro. You used to be able to drink that shit from the fountain, from the actual faucet. Honey, they couldn't wait to fuck up that water source. Do you understand how important water is? They couldn't wait to get control of that water over there. They ship all of Detroit's water to come from Detroit over out to Southfield and all the outside other cities. Man.
Oracle's next phase.
And we'll attach that model, the model of your choice, to not only the public data, the model's already connected to the public data. That's done. But we give you the ability to add your private data to the model's library of information and knowledge. So the model can reason across not just public data, but also private data, while keeping your private data private, not sharing it with anybody else.
Yeah, so it sounds like the big opportunity is letting AI reason on private data, which could mean financial data, enterprise data, health.
Right, you're in Lansing in the suburbs, but I'm talking about Detroit used to have it. And then the suburbs try to force Detroit to like ship their water out to all the suburbs. But Detroit used to have the best water, and the suburbs were suffering until they finally like had to like force Detroit to like actually push the water out to the suburbs. And now Detroit's water source is jacked up. Meanwhile, the suburbs are getting all the good water from Detroit. Where it used to be Detroit had the good water, suburbs had the jacked up water. But now, here we go. So, but you hear them talking about like and they did open up a data. I think they're either building a data center in Michigan somewhere in Detroit. On top of they're building a whole like ice facility. It's like a bunch of bull stuff going on in Michigan. And man, I feel, oh my God. Whew. So, you know, I don't know, Michigan, I look for, like, I'm gonna come there for the DEMF, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to come back to my hometown because, man, I heard that so much weird shit's going on in Detroit. But I'll be there for the electronic music festival though. So anyways,
Healthcare data. I mean, he already told the entire room that Oracle's databases already contain, in his words, most of the world's high-value private data. I mean, he flat out described AI agents that would connect patients and hospitals and insurers and regulators and banks into one single automated system. I mean, he's already rebuilding the entire Cerner healthcare records platform with AI-generated code just to make this happen.
Is one of the reasons we feel so good about our efforts in healthcare, that we can rebuild the Cerner code, the Cerner code base. We can rebuild the entire Cerner code base, modernize it using AI, build a modern version of Cerner by generating it. And we got all of the code for clinics operating already. And next year we'll have all acute hospitals. We'll have rewritten everything that Cerner wrote over a quarter of a century. We'll have rewritten in 3 years.
All ran by
So
AI.
that was always the vision. And today's authorization, the one that's in his blog post, is the permission slip. And it just got signed. Oracle's own description of what AI can do on government systems from their own announcement includes interpreting government policy for benefits administration, automating data analysis by processing large volumes of records and identifying patterns, and powering AI chatbots for citizen interaction. Apply that to CMS. Apply that to 150 million Americans' health records. Apply that to the DoD. They're not hiding what this does. They're just announcing it on a day that no one's watching. So when Oracle tells you that its federal and commercial environments are separate, sure, technically that's true at the server level, and yet he has the same AI system reasoning across all of it. How do we know that they're not cross-pollinating those files? How can we with any certainty say that all of this data is remaining separate, that the conclusions that the AI is drawing from them is remaining separate? And this merger looks a hell of a lot worse when you see how it's funded. Larry Ellison is personally guaranteeing $44.6 billion of this acquisition, backed by his Oracle stock shares. And Oracle stock price depends on those federal contracts that we just talked about. And the government pays Oracle, and then that revenue supports the stock price. And then Ellison pledges that stock to finance his son's purchase of the largest media company in America, a media company that also runs on Oracle. And when the government is paying for Oracle, where are they getting that money? Oh, right. From us. Public money flows into Oracle, and then the Ellison media empire comes out the other end. And yet, in the merger filings that I've read, Oracle is listed as a neutral third-party vendor. Are you kidding me? You can't get any less neutral than being a node in every single part of this chain. This is an Ouroboros of Oracle eating its own tail. It is literally the infrastructure, the collateral, and the beneficiary on every side of the same transaction. Where's the neutrality? Not to mention the $24 billion of this deal that is also coming from the Gulf Sovereign Wealth Funds. And now you have Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund, and those are the same funds that are also co-investing in Stargate, another Oracle project.
Oh my
The
God.
same governments that Ellison was pitching his unified citizen database to in Dubai. So set aside the Oracle shares for half a second here, and the money that's financing the largest media acquisition in American history is coming from the same foreign governments that Oracle is building surveillance infrastructure for. And we have China connected to TikTok still, where Larry Ellison now owns and has Oracle seated under that data. And yet the combined Paramount and Warner Brothers will reach a comparable, if not larger, audience with more first-party data. And
Man, who knew? How many people knew that Oracle was this goddamn powerful before today? Raise your hands. Who knew that the Oracle? I've worked in companies that use Oracle, Java, this, that, the. I never thought that they were this powerful like this. It's crazy to me. It's like, what? Oh my God.
That system is all operated by the same family doing the acquiring, with AI authorized to process government data on that same infrastructure as of today. So I guess my question to Congress is, what governance has been required? What data separation exists between your HBO subscription and your Medicare records, both of which now live inside Oracle's cloud? So circling back to what I mentioned at the beginning, this policy brief that I wrote asks for three main things.
Can you imagine a person knows like this much about an individual person? They were already talking about, Google and NSA and Facebook and the NSA. But honey, underneath it all was Oracle that really was doing the stuff. I had no idea that Oracle was this goddamn on. What? He's over in the Middle East telling them, listen, y'all need to give us your data too. We need to become one big database. The whole world needs to be one. That's one world government, guys. Before they make the government, just because I saw that, before they're able to actually pass things into a one world data government, they need to make a one world database. That's all I heard. A one world database where they can like collect everybody. And aren't we already doing it? Aren't we already doing it? It's called social fucking media. And then when you combine that with phones and all this stuff, listen, honey, wearable devices where they can like tell you, listen, there's this thing called Hume. I was going to get it because it's a wearable device. It's supposedly going to tell you if you have like some health issues or whatever. Can you imagine having this Hume device up there on your arm and they can tell your heart rate. You're watching stuff on the internet, so they know what your heart rate is. They know if you have a heart problem, this, that, the other. You're watching things on the internet. They can send you some shit, give you a fucking heart attack, scare the shit out of you. I'm sorry. Man, oh God. When you got the wearable devices, then they got the actual refrigerators and stuff. People got they stoves and stuff hooked up so they can just turn the stove on, and man, they probably getting rid of gas and make everything electric. They burn your house down. Just all kind of wild stuff. I heard that they even making all the cars to where they just cut your car off in the middle of driving. Like if they think that you're doing something, you swerve to the right, to the left too many times, they just cut your fucking car off. All 2026 cars from here on in are gonna have a switch. They can just cut that shit off. If you do something that look like something where they just cut your damn car off, boom, off. What? And I bet you Oracle's behind all this technology, right? Come on now. Yeah, they're by the way, if you don't listen, I'm fixing to get me a 1990 Pontiac, okay? I'm fixing to drive a Chevy Nova. Fuck all this crazy stuff. They trying to control the car. Boom, cut the car off in mid-drive, bro. Honey, I heard a story that a lady who had a Tesla, she gets out, the Tesla locks the car door, baby inside the car, bro. Lock the damn car door with the baby inside the car in 106-degree weather. Honey, this stuff is getting weirder and weirder. And see the glitches, right? There's so much glitches. You can't account for the glitches. But how do you know it's a glitch? And how do you know the AI is not doing this stuff? Because, they say the AI has now converted over to AGI. We're no longer in just AI. We're into AGI now, which happened way sooner than I thought. The stuff is getting crazier and crazier as time goes on. AGI and China over there with robots. They got robots like human beings, got the skin and everything. China really pushing this whole thing. They really push. They want to be the beginning. They want the whole technical revolution to start to be about the Asia, and they are pushing it faster and harder and faster. And meanwhile, and we're trying to catch up with them. And at the same point, it's almost like as much as America said that we were not like China, we're trying to be more and more like them as time goes on.
hearings, a formal conflict of interest review before the merger closes under the laws that already exist for this specific reason, data firewall requirements modeled on TikTok, and Oracle treated as a related party, not a neutral vendor. And the brief includes a lot of questions that I think David Ellison should answer under oath. And again, this will be linked in my Substack and in the description below, but I'll read two to give you an example. The first one, what specific firewalls exist to prevent Paramount's WBD audience and behavioral data from being accessed by Oracle personnel who also administers federal health and defense systems? Two, my favorite question, has Paramount WBD or Skydance received any analytical products, audience insights, or data derived from Oracle's federal health or government contracts informing its content strategy, advertising approach, or acquisition rationale? And I'm sending this to every member of the Senate Antitrust Subcommittee, both sides, Republican and Democrat. Surveillance is a bipartisan issue. Cory Booker has been pushing to get David Ellison under oath, and Ellison keeps declining, and the March 4th hearing got canceled the moment the deal shifted from Netflix to Paramount. Now, on my Substack, I've posted every senator's name, office, and contact information, along with a message you can copy and send if you want. It would be really helpful to me. By the time you're watching this video, I've already sent my brief to all of the names that I've listed. The shareholder vote is March 20th for WBD and Paramount, so that's our window. And I know a war just started, okay? And I know that that's where your attention's going to be. That's where Congress's attention's going to be. I know that Congress is about to spend every hearing talking about Iran. And that's exactly why the timing of this matters right now, because the people who benefit from you not paying attention to this are counting on exactly that. They always have counted on exactly that. Ding, 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 ding. Consider this my warning bell, because the pipes are being built right now. Your health data, your entertainment data, your news, your government secrets, all flowing through one company, one family, with AI authorized to process it and no one required to watch. We saw with Doge how fast this stuff happens. If we don't start asking right now who should be allowed to own this infrastructure before the March 20th date, then we might not get another chance for a long.
Honey, March 20th it's already March 1st. It's already March 1st. What are we going to do? Okay. We got 20 days to do what? What do we do? What are we going to do about this? I don't know. Like what?
Time. And there'll always be a new distraction. Every data point about you is merging into Oracle right now, which is exactly why they needed a war.
Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord. What? Every data point is merging about you right now. So the Iran war is not even about Iran. It's about it's about the psychological operation. The psychological operation of the entire thing. And you know what? I love this guy. Chase Hughes is going to break this whole thing down for you guys. And he always talks about this type of stuff. Shouts out to him. Oh, shit. You know what? They're fucking with me now. They're fucking with my damn audio. And, when I start really getting on a roll, that's when they start to, honey, when I try to type in about Chinese robots, my laptop started adding extra letters to it when I'm typing in Chinese. It just added it's just crazy how this stuff be going down. Y'all will think I'm actually crazy, right? Right? You think that I'm tripping, right? But I typed in Chinese robots. Let me see if it works. Let me see if it's gonna type it. See, I did not spell anything wrong. CH. See this? CHINESE. See this? I was typing extra shit. See that? It's people be fucking with my look. I'm gonna type in. Look at this. I don't know if you can see that top thing, but watch. You see that? You see how I try to type in Chinese and it came out with all those extra letters? So it also took the audio off of the video. I had to add the video. So when I be trying to show y'all stuff, I be getting attacked at the same time. Like, how in the hell? Why is all of a sudden my keyboard adding extra letters to it? Like, look. Listen, I swear to God, like, look at this. I'm gonna type in Chinese robots. I type 200 words a minute. I know how to type. Look, right? C It typed in C8, CF, H, I, N, E, EF. See, I just added EF, S, E. Type in SEF. See this? Y'all probably can't see it. Hold on. That's why you can't see it, because I'm on the wrong damn thing. Look at this. All right, see, look at this. C H E N E S E space ROB. What the hell is going on? I'm just typing in one word. See? It's what's going on? What's happening? I E is adding more letters to than what I'm typing. That's the type of stuff that be happening.
There are people that are alive right now who grew up in Iran wearing jeans, listening to Western music, going to universities, falling in love openly. And then they watch their entire country just snap into something unrecognizable. And I think the part that most people miss is that Iran didn't evolve into this. It was taken. I've done several deployments across the Middle East, and you don't survive that without learning one critical distinction that I think all the headlines just completely erase, and the difference between a people and the system that cages the people. That's a big distinction I want to make right here. And this applies to all countries. But what you're seeing right now, the protests in Iran, the crackdowns, the silence when all the internet went dark the other day, that looks like chaos. That is memory colliding with fear. And I want to prove it to you. And once you understand how that collision happens, I think you're going to realize Iran is not an exception. Iran is a preview for the rest of the world. So what we're going to talk about is not a big story about religion. It's not even a story specifically about Iran. This is a story about how any modern educated civilization gets psychologically hijacked without realizing it until it's way too late. And by the end of this, you're going to see exactly where the takeover happened and the three paths that Iran is likely to take here in the next few months. In the 1960s and 70s, Iran was secular. They were educated, and they were culturally just alive. Tehran looked more like a European capital than a caricature of the Middle East. Women in Iran were doctors and lawyers and professors, and universities there were world class. So art and music and science were all just thriving in Iran. This was not a primitive society that was just waiting for someone to modernize them. They were already modern. And that detail matters a lot because it destroys a very convenient myth to the media. This idea that Iran's current state, where they're at right now, is some natural expression of Iran's culture. It is not. So what happened to Iran wasn't some cultural evolution. It was complete takeover, like an interruption. So first, the Shah, this is Mohammad Reza Shah, ruled with a lot of Western countries backing him, lots of oil money, and he got increasingly authoritarian, and corruption started growing, as it always does, even here in our country. All the dissent was crushed, and people started getting very, very resentful over time. And into that little pressure, and maybe in that void, this guy steps up that most people outside Iran still don't fully understand. And this is Ayatollah Khomeini. He is a cleric who's living in exile, and he didn't sell himself to everybody as some tyrant, but he wore this costume of being a liberator. So the revolution that happened in 1979 was not sold as religious extremism. It was sold as a moral cleansing. We need to morally cleanse the country. We need more justice. We need independence. It was sold as independence. And that was the first big psychological trap. And this is how civilizations get hijacked. All these revolutions that you see, it's not overthrowing power. What's really being shifted is who is allowed to use violence. That's the only thing that shifts. If you look back at this, who is allowed to use violence? That's every revolution. So once the Shah fell, the Islamic Republic didn't emerge overnight. It consolidated, and it was a slow, pretty methodical process. And the biggest leverage that they had was belief. They didn't use religion as a weapon. They used fear. So it was fear being used here, not religion. And it was a fear of, I'm going to be outcast. I'm going to be looked down on or judged. I'm going to be labeled immoral. I'm going to be on the wrong side of history. I'm going to be alone. I'm going to be lonely. So all these little new public rituals became compliance tests. And then speech became dangerous. Silence was a new way to just survive what was going on. So once belief becomes mandatory, truth becomes a liability. And that's the quote that you can write down for all psyops. If belief becomes mandatory, truth is a liability. So the Iran-Iraq war hardened everything like crazy. All kinds of sanctions came after this. The economy strained, surveillance got just ridiculously normalized. And informants, like people just telling on their neighbors, it just became ordinary. So an entire generation grew up knowing exactly what not to say, how to stay silent. And another grew up knowing nothing else. And here's a part that I think most people outside miss. This system that we're talking about in Iran didn't survive because all the people believed in the system. It survived because people learned how to live inside it, and they just treated it like it was a normal way. And suffering became just this thing that we go through in life. And that works until it doesn't. And you can see this in every country. So what happens is authoritarian systems don't collapse when people rebel against them. They collapse when their version of a story stops working on the people. So look at right now. There's people on the streets, they're fighting, they're rioting, there's all kinds of violence going on. Look very closely at who is protesting today. They're not extremists. They're students, they're professionals, they're descendants of an educated class. A lot of these people grew up hearing stories of a very different Iran. And this is through their parents, through photo albums. If you look at pictures of Iran in the 1970s, the 1960s, it is going to blow your mind. The memories that are just kind of smuggled through time, filtering their way into the kids. So these protests, these people aren't asking for something new. They're asking for something that was stolen from them. And that is a massive distinction. And it's very important because if you have a population that remembers itself, suppression becomes extremely hard. And I'm going to say that again.
Man, this is crazy. We're heading down the same path, though. We're heading down the same path. I don't know how long it's gonna be till we're like looking like the what's that called? What's that damn show? What is the ones Let It Open or whatever with the red outfits on? What's that show called? The Handmaid's Tale. We're like about 2 steps away from being like Iran. I don't know why we think that we got we have like some kind of a whatever. But you see how Iran at some point was a regular, people was dressed regular. They were living their regular lives until the dictator came in, and then with his religious whatever began to control
these protests. These people aren't asking for something new. They're asking for something that was stolen from them. And that is a massive distinction. And it's very important because if you have a population that remembers itself, suppression becomes extremely hard. And I'm going to say that again. When a population remembers itself, suppression becomes extremely hard. So now if you layer in the modern psyops battlefield, we have internet shutdowns, narrative fragmentation, foreign news amplification. We have this information scarcity from Tehran. When communication disappears, control increases, but confusion goes through the roof. And confusion is very useful for people like this because psyops don't usually create movements. Think about this. Psyops is not designed to manufacture movements. It's made to hijack movements that are already in progress. It's a lot easier that way. So you don't need to invent anger when it already exists. You just need to redirect it, to fracture it in another direction. And that's what makes this moment right now very dangerous and so unpredictable. So Iran is under pressure from every direction at one time. They have economic collapse that they're facing. They're facing generational defiance, massive elite corruption, a lot of global scrutiny. They've got to obviously have a shitload of oil. Pressure does not guarantee change, but pressure always reveals the cracks every time. That's why I talk so much about paying attention to pressure. And this brings us to what actually matters right now. And this is what's going to matter to our lives here in the Western world. It's not what's happening right now that's important. It's what's going to happen next. And I think there are three paths that might happen here. Path number one is the iron fist. And it's the most familiar. The regime survives by hardening up. More repression, more surveillance, more arrests, more of these internet blackouts. So fear replaces legitimacy completely. It's just a rule by fear and it's worse than a dictatorship. So these people are complying because of the cost of dissent. So Iran doesn't change outwardly. It becomes probably, I would say, more brittle inwardly. And this path can last years, but it guarantees that it's going to rupture again in the future. So path number two is a fracture from within. And this one's a little bit quieter, and it's probably more realistic than people want to admit. So this is where the system splits. The elites start negotiating survival. All these reformist people and super hardline people quietly realign with each other. And you'll start seeing controlled reforms appearing. And it's just because they're super necessary. So it's an internal triage that the country kind of does on its own or with some help. But history shows this path very often emerges when insiders fear losing everything more than they fear change. So the country shifts, but slowly, probably carefully, and incompletely. And path number three is the break point. This is a rare path, but I think it's very possible, but it's also the most dangerous. This is where the psychological barrier collapses. So enough people start believing in the system, including all these parts of the security apparatus, and the monopoly on violence starts to fracture. That is when regimes fall really fast. And it's not because the protesters out there are super brave and badass. It's because the enforcement, the people doing the enforcing on the protesters, stop believing. This is the path that leads to chaos or rebirth or maybe both. And nobody ever controls how it ends. The real takeaway here is Iran isn't just a warning about religion. It's a warning about what happens when fear completely replaces consent of people and narrative completely eclipses and replaces legitimacy. This is about Iran losing its ability to say no quietly over time. The heaviness that I feel just talking about this, it's not just about Iran. What we're talking about here when it comes to PSYOPs, this is about what any society becomes when stories matter more than people. It's when a population forgets who they are. Somebody else is going to absolutely decide who they are. And once you see that mechanism, you're going to start seeing it everywhere, and you'll watch it play out here in the next few weeks with Iran. Hope it all goes well. See ya.
Wow. Listen, if you guys get a chance, check out Chase Hughes. I mean, he has this thing called the NCI Institute. I'm a member of it. Chase Hughes is probably one of the most forward-thinking people I've ever heard of. When he talks about stuff, he used to be in the CIA. He used to be in the CIA. Just know that. So I don't know. But when he talks about certain things, he talks about it from a matter of fact because he's seen these governments, seen things come and go, seen regimes collapse, and he understands what does it cause and what happens and the psychological aspect of these things. I was trying to type in Chinese. I finally got like this Chinese robot, but I was trying to show y'all when I type in Chinese, all of a sudden my dang on keyboard, when I type in C, I type in H, it types in extra stuff. Here, let's see, is it still doing it? Okay, maybe it's going to stop acting. Nope, E, F, S. I don't know. I don't know if F is not like, it's weird. So Anyways, I'm going through some weird stuff on my end on my like keyboard, but it's okay. So let's talk about the Chinese robots because there's some weird stuff going on. While all this is going on, China. Let's go into what China's doing. Let's
told you that right now. In labs around the world, there are robots that don't just look human. They sweat, react with concern when you sound upset, and their hands are steady enough to be able to perform surgery. And here's the crazy part. Some of them are intended to hold conversations with you, remember your name, even share intimate moments with you, all while moving with a fluidity that makes you forget you're talking to a machine. Sounds unbelievable, right? Well, stick around, because today we're going inside the world of humanoid robots, from expressive androids who can read your emotions with uncanny precision to hyperrealistic companions made from premium silicone with movable eyes and skin so detailed you can see the pores. We looked at the cutting-edge creations coming out of engineering laboratories from across the world. The ones going viral for their faces, ones designed for the hard labor of industry, and yes, the ones so lifelike that they challenge everything you think you know about robotics. At the end of this journey, you will find out which innovation stands out as the most remarkable humanoid ever created. So let's begin. Chinese dolls. Chinese engineers are still astounding. Recently, they presented the latest generation of real doll robots, which is now on sale for anyone who is equipped with artificial intelligence. These are robots that are made to become the real companion partner of the single man. The robots are quite distinctive with their detailed design closely resembling human appearance. They are made with thermoplastic elastomer, which is a material that provides softness and elasticity similar to human skin. An internal skeleton made of metal enables the doll to be able to assume different poses, and is therefore flexible and stable. Despite their high level of realism, these robots are not yet capable of completely replacing humans. At this point in development, they lack the ability to reproduce the emotional connection, warmth, and the dynamic nature of human relationships. However, the manufacturers have incorporated rudimentary conversational skills under the power of language models, enabling these dolls to talk about simple topics, recall personal information that their owners have shared with them, and act as if they are interested in daily activities. The robots can be highly customized, with the buyer-choosing facial features, body types, hair colors, and even voice features based on their preferences. Some models have heating elements to keep the body temperature up, to increase the feeling of human contact. The developers claim that for people who have a problem with social anxiety or isolation, these robots provide a stepping stone to build confidence in interpersonal interactions. Critics fear the ethical consequences of fostering emotional reliance on machines, while advocates highlight the problem of loneliness in contemporary society as a reason for such innovations. The robots are also equipped with simple mobility, which means they can walk short distances and complete simple tasks around the house, such as getting drinks or adjusting lighting. Their artificial intelligence learns from their interactions, slowly adapting responses to be more in line with the owner's personality and communication style. As technology makes progress, the distinction between tool and companion continues to blur, raising profound questions about the nature of love, connection, and what it means to be human in an increasingly automated world.
Have you noticed at the same time that these robots are coming out, you're hearing more and more discussions about human, female and male, red pill and blue pill and incel arguments. So now they're coming out with these robots at the same exact time. The birth rate is going down, you guys. What was it? Bill Gates said that we need to reduce the population. So everybody start getting with these robots and all this weird stuff. Guess what? That's even a further reduction in population. People are going to stop having kids. Eventually, what they want to do, I don't know what the whole end goal is, because if we're not having kids, I'm sure they're not having fucking kids. These billionaires. So if we're not having kids on this level, you know damn well they're not having kids on that level. So what are we doing? Elon Musk is trying to kick out as many kids as he can. You know what I'm saying? But you have these robots. Now everybody gonna be screwing robots. You see that they keep hitting, showing the boobs and everything like this to make it appealing to be screwing a robot. Let's go.
A mecha. One of the obvious examples of lifelike design at the moment comes from Engineered Arts in the United Kingdom. You are probably aware of their star robot, a mecha. Since its debut, a mecha has gone viral countless times due to its eerily realistic facial expressions. In the year 2025, a mecha becomes an entire body humanoid with the ability to have smooth conversations, fluid gestures, and uncanny emotional responses. The newest version is able to grab subtle clues in your voice and change its own tone based on
No,
them.
I didn't see
So
that.
if you sound upset, a mecha responds by worrying. It is not only the look, but it is the presence. People who meet a mecha for the first time describe it as being like talking to a real person who only happens to have a metallic skeleton. A mecha is the marriage of robotics and expressive artificial intelligence. You are no longer looking at a machine. You are dealing with a personality. That is why it has become one of the most famous robots on the earth. The engineers have put a lot of focus on the subtlety of micro-expressions that are the defining characteristics of human interaction. Programming a mecha to mimic the minute muscle movements around the eyes and mouth that express genuine emotion. This attention to detail makes conversations feel natural and interesting, as if you are communicating with a sentient being rather than a programmed machine. A mecha is also able to recall past interactions, making it possible to have continuity in dialogue, giving the illusion of consciousness. Its ability to process and respond to emotional states in real time is a huge leap forward in the way humans and robots interact, blurring the line between mechanical response and true connection. The robot's creators envision a future in which such machines can assist in the fields of healthcare, education, and companionship roles, using their expressive capabilities to create trust and rapport with humans. A mecha is a monument to how far robotics has progressed and how far it has come from stiff robots to fluid, almost living beings that challenge our notion of what it means to be life and intelligent. Top Seno. Top Seno has released a new series of ultra-realistic robotic dolls, the greatest asset of which is the focus on maximum realism. The robots are made from premium silicone so that they are durable and have a lifelike tactile experience. Their facial features are created with intricate sculpting, and the texture of the skin resembles that of real humans, including tiny details like pores and visible veins. Additionally, the robots receive improved makeup and texturing to make them remarkable human-like.
Exactly.
The functionality of robots' head consists of movable eyes with different gaze direction and a mouth with opening and closing capability to get different facial expressions. The company also plans to equip the robots with artificial intelligence so they can have an
Honey, say mouth opening and closing just to make facial. You already know that whoever made this stuff was freaky as hell, and it's not just opening and closing his mouth to make facial expressions. You already know what they do. You already know it's opening and closing his mouth way more than just making facial expressions. Because people are freaky. You know damn well this robot ain't just being able to do just basic stuff. They done made this. Come on now, let's be real. These people are freaky as hell. They made that robot be able to, you know what? Talk about something. It's just to make facial expression. It's gonna do a lot more than facial expressions, honey. They're not just making these robots just for facial expression. You already know what they're making these robots for. You already know what they're doing it for. Stop it.
natural communication. Top Seno's goal is to produce a hyper-realistic robotic companion that has the power to truly replace close human relationships.
They're trying to hook up with
The
anime
developers
characters.
have paid years of research into human anatomy and expression means that every detail
They're making anime characters into robots. This is an anime character. Look how it's dressed like anime. Who dresses like that? They're trying to make sexy anime characters into real robots that you could like get it in with. Let's go.
from finger joints to the shape of earlobes are matched to organic counterparts. The silicone formulation went through extensive testing to find the right balance between soft and durable, to tear but not leave so hard as to make the material stiff. Each robot is individually quality checked where the artists make sure that the makeup application is done according to exacting standards. The movable eyes have tiny motors that move smoothly and give the illusion of awareness and attention. The future of this will be updates that incorporate the ability for conversational AI to remember personal details and respond with appropriate empathy. Top Seno imagines these companions being comforts for elderly people living alone or those who have trouble building traditional relationships. Critics question whether such realistic machines can cross boundaries between
have trouble building traditional relationships. Don't, as time goes on, I think that we're all going to have trouble. As social media begins to progress, we're all going to have trouble building relationships, personal. If you don't go outside and talk to each other, honey, this robot is going to be the thing that you're going to be talking to. A fucking robot. Let's go.
Human and artificial connection. But the company argues they're simply offering options for companionship in a changing world. The robots can also be customized with different outfits and accessories, giving the owners the option to personalize their appearance. As artificial intelligence keeps improving, these dolls could grow beyond static things and into interactive partners that could have real emotional engagement. Pudu D9, introducing the latest humanoid robot that has been created by a Chinese company named Pudu Robotics and has been given the name of D9. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, this robot can carry loads up to 20 kilograms and do cleaning jobs, putting order to items on shelves, and is capable of adapting to complex, challenging tasks.
It's gonna be all your
With a
Walmart
walking
jobs.
speed of 7.2 kilometers per hour. The D9
That's all your Walmart and warehouse jobs. There you go. Done. That's the jobs. That's see. It's AI combined with robotics. There's all your warehousing. There's all your grocery store.
walks a bit faster than the average person on a stroll. It is also able to walk on stairs and slopes, and is balanced, even after being kicked. Similar to the robots presented by Boston Dynamics in their renowned videos, the D9 has 42 degrees of freedom thanks to its many joints and has dexterous arms. This allows it to carry out complex tasks that require precision, such as the
If that thing get pissed off at you, and a lot of them things are made of titanium, they're gonna whoop your ass. They're gonna beat your ass. Okay. If this robot gets pissed off, it's made of steel and titanium. Just one hit from this thing is gonna knock you cold out.
ability to manipulate small objects with both hands. Pudu Robotics could be a competitor of prominent players, such as Tesla and Unitree. While the price of the D9 hasn't been revealed, it is likely that it will be in a similar price range as its competition. For comparison, the Unitree G1 costs $16,000, and the Tesla Optimus is expected to cost between $20,000 and $30,000. The D9 is a huge step forward in the world of commercial robotics, as it is able to move while being effectively practical for real-life use. Its capacity to keep its balance in the presence of external force illustrates sophisticated stabilization algorithms that have put it on par with industry leaders. The dual-arm coordination of this robot means that they may handle tasks that previously required human intervention, like stocking shelves or assembling small components. Pudu Robotics has worked on developing a platform that can be used in a variety of settings, from warehouses to retail stores. The sensors and cameras on the D9 offer full spatial awareness to navigate through crowds.
Honey, by then they'll have the AI doing the law, and you won't be able to sue the manufacturer because the AI will have every law way to get around that shit as possible.
Without hitting anyone or anything, its battery life is good for long run time, thus making it suitable for continuous use in commercial settings. As robotics technology continues to advance, machines such as the D9 will play an increasingly important role in taking over repetitive and physically demanding tasks, freeing up human workers for more creative and strategic positions. WR Doll. WR Doll Company has obtained recognition for its unbelievably realistic silicone robot dolls called White Rabbit, which are almost indistinguishable from people. These robotic girls are known for their highly detailed features and lifelike appearance, which is achieved through a number of key elements. For example, the heads of the robot dolls are made out of soft silicone, making them flexible and giving them a realistic texture. This makes the skin soft to the touch, and it is very similar to that of a human. One of the standout features is the movable mouth, which is a function that enables the mouth to open and close, which increases the sense of realism. Each robot doll has hand-applied makeup by skilled artists. This includes natural lip makeup, facial contours, and highlights, making each doll unique. The detailing of the nose, cheeks, and neck are also done with a lot of preciseness. The robot doll can either be fitted with a wig or implanted hair. WR Doll employs artisans who spend weeks perfecting the appearance of each doll to ensure that every curve and expression captures the subtlety of the human. The silicone solution consists of several layers to reproduce the look of translucent skin. Capillaries and freckles are painted underneath to make it look real. Joints are designed in ways that allow the joint to move naturally, which means poses are organic rather than mechanical. The movable mouth mechanism has tiny actuators to simulate slight movements of speech and emotion. Some models include heating elements to keep the body temperature normal, creating...
Man, all this is like, I'm sorry, this is on some freaky stuff. Come on, it opens its mouth, it got heating elements in it. Come on now, we already know that whoever created this is on some freakiness, because look at why does it look like this? Why does it have two ponytails in its head and all this other stuff? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why didn't this look like an old lady? You know what I'm saying? Why they going for this like anime character? Why didn't like a 50-year-old or 60-year-old woman? It made it look exactly like this, like a schoolgirl. It's some freaky shit going on with this. Sorry.
The illusion of life in intimate moments. WR Doll also provides customization capabilities where clients can specify facial structures based on the photographs or descriptions to render truly personalized companions. The company exports worldwide with an increasing demand in countries where social isolation is a problem affecting mental health, while recognizing that these robots cannot substitute for real human interaction. WR Doll believes that these robots provide comfort and presence to those who might experience isolation and loneliness.
Come on, look at how the poses are. This is like this is for people that's into like little kids. Look at the pose. This is weird, bro. Teenage looking ass doll pouting and doing and with this is some weird ass shit though. Dressed up like it's in high school or something like that. At what point does this start getting weird, bro? You could like probably get a robot that look like a little babe, you know what I'm saying? This is where it gets like a little dicey at. Y'all not listening to me. Y'all not hearing me, bro. All this is doing is trying to enable people that's weird to be able to do their weird shit.
Capabilities where clients can specify facial structures based on the photographs or descriptions to render truly personalized companions. The company exports worldwide with an increasing demand in countries where social isolation is a problem affecting mental health, while recognizing that these robots cannot substitute for real human interaction. WR Doll believes that these robots provide comfort and presence to those who might experience isolation and loneliness.
Who looks like that? A kid.
Dunasha, the world's most beautiful robot with artificial intelligence and a human-like appearance, was created by the Russian company Promobot, named Dunasha, and treated all the exhibition visitors with delicious ice cream. Dunasha is a cashier robot made to look like a human. What makes this robot unique is that it can get to know people, recognize them at visit times, and conduct conversations with people on both spontaneous and pre-programmed topics.
The world's most beautiful robot. That shit looks
thanks
crazy.
to artificial intelligence.
Honey, they gonna say this is the world's most beautiful robot, but honey, that anime robot look way better than this Dunyasha chick. So, but you know, because it's a white robot with blonde hair, it's the most beautiful one. But come on now. It looked like a Playboy bunny that's in her 40s.
Dunasha has her own personality. One of the highlights that the specialists take pride in is the skin-like covering that makes Dunasha look less like a plastic doll. It has a high level of elasticity and is very similar to real human skin, and the artificial facial muscles can move very precisely. During exhibitions, Danasha participates in wonderful dialogues with the people about the weather, their preferences about frozen treats, and even tells a few small jokes that people are left astonished by her responsiveness. And her developers have programmed a set of possible emotional expressions that change slightly depending on the interaction, making her look thoughtful and aware. The silicone skin has sensors embedded in it that detect touch and distance, allowing Danasha to lean in a bit when somebody says something quietly or keep a personal distance. This tactile sensitivity gives the exhibit another level of realism by making visitors often report feeling like they're having an interaction with a shy but amicable colleague instead of a machine. Danasha can also recall returning customers, greeting them by name and recalling their prior ice cream selections, which pleases people who attend regularly. The company believes that her warm demeanor will help improve shopping experiences in retail environments where customer service requires a human touch, and will deploy Danasha in these types of settings. Her developers are still refining her emotional algorithms and hope to make her emotional responses even more nuanced and contextually appropriate. Danasha is a harmonious blend of aesthetics and functionality, demonstrating that it is possible to make robots beautiful and utilitarian in the daily setting.
Hey, now should look like a
Kepler
47-year-old
K2,
white lady.
standing tall and powerful at 178 centimeters and weighing in at 85 kilograms. The Kepler K2's strength and precision are unrivaled. This humanoid robot has 52 degrees of freedom and specializes in complex
Home
assignments
Depot, there's
that
your
requires
job.
both
Amazon
dexterity
warehouse,
and endurance.
Home Depot, you're
Each
through.
of its hands can exert a lifting force
Your
of up
jobs
to
are done.
15 kilograms with the help of 96 dactyl sensors on its fingertips that give incredibly detailed sensory feedback. The K2 has a
GM.
2.3 kilowatt-hour battery
That's
that
all
can be
your
used
auto
for up
working
to an
jobs.
8-hour
Gone.
period with one charge, which is an extremely good endurance for long-term continuous operation. Kepler K2's artificial intelligence uses cloud computing to enhance autonomous learning and decision-making, particularly valuable in unpredictable and dangerous industrial conditions. This robot is designed to work where humans cannot, featuring powerful actuators and a suite of comprehensive sensors that balance power with delicacy. Its robust structure
don't
is
matter whether
designed to
they're free,
handle
just get
harsh
one of
working
them and
conditions,
they gonna
which is essential for deployment in
one
harsh
person.
industrial environments.
Add
What is
and
more, Kepler K2 communicates with human coworkers using multimodal interfaces, which ensures the smooth collaboration in complex tasks and reinforces its role as a reliable, adaptable partner on the factory floor. The robot can interpret hand signals, voice commands, and even sense intent from partially given instructions, reducing the chance of misunderstanding during fast-paced operations.
I would say
Its
within
cloud
3
connectivity
years.
has enabled it to access the latest
Y'all got
protocols
3
and
years.
share learning experiences among several units, so that one robot solution to a new problem was immediately available to all the others.
Y'all got
The
about
fingertip
3 years.
sensors detect the material's texture, temperature, and resistance, allowing the K2 to manipulate materials ranging from hot metal to delicate wiring without doing damage. Kepler made this robot specifically for applications where human safety is at risk because of toxic materials, extreme heat
$20,000.
or cold, or other crushing
20,000 to
conditions.
save.
By taking over from human workers in
what,
dangerous
30,000,
positions,
40,000?
the K2 minimizes workplace injuries and continues productivity. Its walking algorithm adjusts the stride and balance according to the conditions of the floor, able to walk on oil-slick concrete or paths strewn with debris with the same stability. Clone Robotics. Clone Robotics, the company that amazed the world with their incredibility human-like robotic arms and hands, have not done anything but to push boundaries. By 2025, Clone has perfected a complete upper body of a human with skin-like covering.
This is the creepiest shit I've ever seen in my life right here. This is creepy. That is creepy. Look at that. That looks like hell on wheels. What is that? If I saw that somewhere, be scared to death. Like, what the? Is that like a demon? But he's saying, like, look at the cost. But I'm like, okay, if you paid $30,000 for that robot, and it's able to like do the job, boom, 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 no mistakes, you make your money right back within the first 6 months. Period. the average person, especially who can work fast and like really do the automated thing overnight, all throughout the night, not have to like take a break, except for to be charged up. Get two of them suckers, you replace one, one worker. And what the average worker in a warehouse probably makes what, anywhere from 18 to 20 bucks an hour. Well, maybe 15 to 20 bucks an hour, right? So now you got this one that you pay 20 bucks, 20,000 for. Once that year is over, you already got your money's worth. Well, actually the first 6 months. So yeah, they're fixing to replace us with this bullshit. And this thing is like, this is creepy. Look at this. Man.
And gestures. Their focus is making the body language so fluid that it is communicating as much as words. What is striking is that the robots that Clone has are sweating. They have artificial
Look
liquid
at how it
systems
just did that. That was crazy looking. What that? Is it like a horror movie with something like this in it? Like a horror? Is it like a thing? Like either it's a horror movie or a meme on TikTok. Something looks like just like this goddamn thing. It's something like that is a horror. Because this looks like a horror movie right here. Like, what is it doing?
By 2025,
watch this.
Clone has perfected a complete upper body of a human with skin-like coverings and gestures. Their focus is making the body language so fluid that it is communicating as much as words.
What the hell?
What is striking is that the robots that Clone has
What
are
the hell
sweating.
is it doing right
They have
here?
artificial liquid systems that replicate perspiration to cool down their joints, and also produce the appearance of moist and living skin under lights. That one little thing altogether changes the perception of realism. No other company has delved so far into human body simulation at this level. The synthetic skin is designed with...
I mean, I've seen some memes that got like some shit like that. I've seen some TikTok memes, something like that, look just like that damn thing. What is it? Anybody can tell me what that meme is that got this character look just like this damn robot, crazy looking thing? That shit looks crazy. Hell no.
Microchannels, through which coolant flows based on algorithms that measure temperature rises on the joints during operation. This innovation avoids overheating when used for long periods of...
Is it Slender Man? It's something this thing looks like. Is it Slender Man? There's something that I can't quite in my mind. I see it in my head, but I can't tell you what it is, but it looks just like this horror character. Like it's got the same look.
Time, whilst introducing an uncanny visual reality. The robots also have artificial muscle fibers that move like real tissue, contracting and relaxing to allow for subtle shoulder shrugs and movements of the neck that express hesitation or certainty. Clone's engineers fed hours of video of human interaction into their computers to program micro-gestures, the barely perceptible tilting of the head during listening, the unconscious mirroring of conversational partners that make interactions feel genuinely social. The upper body has the addition of articulated spines, which make it possible to lean forward in interest or back in skepticism, lending nonverbal depth to conversations. Clone envisages these robots to be assisting in healthcare environments where patients are more responsive to lifelike caregivers, or in the educational environment where expressive teaching aids enhance student engagement. The company has also created voice synthesis for matching the facial expression, so that smiles are accompanied by warmer tones and concern by softer speech. While currently limited to upper torsos perched on stationary bases, Clone intends to bring full mobility in coming years, producing full humanoid systems that verge on the blurring of the line between machine and living being. Ipral. The Turks have introduced the first humanoid robot actor in the country named Ipra. Ipra is unique because she was made especially for interaction in the world of arts and entertainment. She has already appeared in the 2022 movie Digital Human, as well as in TV series, commercials, and even at concerts. According to producer and screenwriter Brogwan, they hope to make Ipra a famous actress in the international scene. Ipra is placed in a digital human and is able to learn faster. She has graduated all the conservatories, read all the plays, and easily acquires new knowledge using the internet as the main source. Her performances are based on analyzing scripts using natural language processing and then generate appropriate emotional responses and styles of delivery based on the requirements of the character. Directors can tweak her parameters to highlight some traits or alter expressions for other interpretations of
Your
scenes.
acting jobs.
Ipper never forgets lines, never needs to take breaks from getting tired, and is able to work for hours without losing energy or focus. Her facial expressions are created using tiny actuators under silicone skin that simulate the complex interactions of muscles in human emotion. She has sung in several languages, switching with ease between Turkish, English, and German depending on the production needs. Critics debate whether it is possible to have an artificial performer communicate the depth of human experience, but audiences have done her well at all her appearances. Ipper's developers continue to refine her improvisational skills so that she is able to react spontaneously to little moments during live performances. She is a new type of entertainer, which combines consistent technical precision with evolving artistry potential, and this can change the way that films and theatrical productions are made. Alex, a new artificial general intelligence robot that has passed all the human tests, is here, and its name is Alex. This creation from Dway Robotics is being called one of the most precise robots ever created, with hands so dexterous and controlled that experts are comparing them to, and in some cases surpassing the steady hands of a trained surgeon. That is not hype. That is what the specs and early demonstrations are demonstrating, and could change the way robots fit into our lives forever. First, let us start with hands themselves, because that is the real headline here. Alex has 15 degrees of freedom in each of his hands. Degrees of freedom basically refer to the number of independent movements that a mechanism can make. A typical human hand has about 27 degrees of freedom, depending on how you count the little joint motions. So when a robot comes this close at 15 degrees of freedom, that is already edging into territory where the motions are not as clunky and mechanical. They begin to feel fluid and natural and human. But here is the remarkable aspect. Way Robotics did not stop at matching range of motion, however. They made Alex's hands with ultra-sensitive sensors directly built into the fingertips and joints. That means that when the robot is holding an object, it is not merely closing its fingers mechanically. It is actually...
Man, my question is why are some people making this bullshit and others are making like IPRA? Why are some people making this bullshit and others are making IPRA? Maybe one is like for like job function and the other one is just for human interaction. I don't know, but it's interesting. Like, why would you make this when you can like make IPRA, right? Let's go.
Feeling the pressure, adjusting in real time, and fine-tuning its grip the way someone would hold a fragile egg or thread a needle. This ability, called tactile sensing, is one of the hardest things to replicate in robotics. And this is something Alex seems to have mastered. Now, consider the implications that this has here. When you do have a robot that has hands that good, then that's a big thing to be able to do things that you couldn't do before because they were too delicate for machines. Surgery is an obvious application, but it is not only operating rooms. Imagine lab technicians who require the ability to work with microscopic tools, or factory workers assembling small electronics, or even something as mundane as folding laundry without crushing fabric or losing grip on slippery materials. Alex is being billed as a multi-purpose humanoid, and its hands are the key to its versatility.
Wow. Man, listen. Hey, the revolution is here, y'all. The revolution is here. I mean, listen, guys. I don't know what to say about that. There's a lot going on with that. But listen, guys, you know what? I've been here for 4 hours and I did like an earlier show and that was about 7 hours. So I'm going to see you guys again, probably either tomorrow or the day after that. Thank you for like actually watching the show. Thank you for like spending your time with me. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Make sure that you guys subscribe to the channel. You know, if you want to support me, you know, please hit the please, you know, hit the Cash App or like hit the super chats, because I mean, I'm here working hard for y'all. I'm here. It's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm here. You know, copyright disclaimer for anything that I played. You know, much love to everybody. Here's my Cash App, guys. If you want to continue to help me to pay my StreamYard so I can keep this channel going, please show your support. Please like and subscribe. Much love and peace.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your